Hello, everybody, and happy Wednesday to you all. It is March 13th here at the Metro Realm, and we are back yet again. We're doing another chapter of Ace Attorney Dual Destinies for tonight. I do have a small confession to make. Half of my notes did not get correctly saved, so I have some of my notes from the handwritten stuff up through the end of trial day 1, and then everything else is completely blank. So, moral of the story is, don't effing start writing notes at 3 o'clock in the morning, literally the night before you're supposed to do this stuff live. But regardless, hello everyone, and welcome back. Regardless if you are hanging out with us tonight or not, I do want to thank you very much for dropping on by. I do have a special offer for those of you that are hanging out with us tonight in the chat. Stream Elements will be ringing this off about every half hour. I think I got the timing down on that just right. But if you would like a free Lurkers shout-out once per stream, you can type the command !lurk into the chat, and we'll give you an audible thanks for dropping on by. Alternatively, I also have a specific command that can prompt Stream Elements to say thanks to Lurkers in the chat for watching VMA Live on Twitch. Obviously, I will try my best to remember to use that command as best as I can, but we all know that is not going to work out in my favor. So, with that said, I need to go and send a couple of things because I need to update a few things on my end, and then that's all. All right. So, those that are watching us live, first of all, let's get me on over here to the right side of the screen. For those that are watching us live, we are getting the VODs channel up and running. I have unfortunately been losing track of getting those scheduled out to release, sadly, and the last date that I wanted to upload for this week is unfortunately the first day that I'm going to be gone. So, my bad. I meant to go and take care of that last night. Did not happen, but next week, officially, and I'm committing to this, we're going to have 2 streams uploaded Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and those are going to be the first 6 parts of AJT, and then I think there was like 1 or 2 streams that I had in between. So I'm going to go in over the weekend and make sure that that is all done and dusted. That is kind of one of the main things that I'm going to be doing while I'm away, is double checking, making sure everything is ready to roll. And we're going to be turning on live VODs here on Twitch. So March 19th, we are going to have VODs turned back on. So all of the streams from March 19th on will be saved onto Twitch, so you can access those live after the stream is done. And then I will broadcast them over to YouTube as soon as they're good to go as well. That means, unfortunately, Dual Destinies and Apollo Justice Ace Attorney will not be showing up immediately on Twitch, but I'm going to try to sync those up so they post about the same time as the ones on YouTube. Other than that, I do also have a couple other notes that I would like to make. Firstly, we do have one sponsor for this specific stream, and it is brought to us by none other than the Metro Realm itself. Our community Discord server in the Metro Realm is now open once again to the public. If you would like to join, make sure to use the command !Discord that I used in the chat, or you can go onto the website, themetrorealm.net/discord, in order to join. Also, I have an update for you all. It is with great things that as of this week, we have officially reached 13 of 50 followers needed to unlock our current goal. Speaking of goal, we have, at 50 followers, we will be playing through the bonus episode in Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, which is Turnabout Reclaim. We also have a couple other incentives. At 75 followers, we will be playing through the bonus episode of Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice, Turnabout Time Traveler. And then if we manage to reach 100 followers by the end of this month, I will be doing a special playthrough of Asinine Attorney on DMA Live Friday, which we have officially confirmed. DMA Live will be back on April 5th. And our goal for that specific stream is we will either do Asinine Attorney after DMA Live, or depending upon if we manage to reach all of the incentives at that point, I will just do what I can, and I will just kind of highlight some things that I wanted to share. Basically, Friday, April 5th, is going to be my send-off of this game, so that is going to be the new official cutoff for all the incentives. I will go and update all of the stuff after the stream tonight, but with that all done dusted, I've got some handwritten notes that I want to talk about, but also some actual notes that I need to read before we begin. First of all, this case does not have a recap at the end of it. I'm going to be very fully disclosing that right now. We're going to have a hard cutoff tonight. And that cutoff is going to be 11 o'clock tonight, officially. If at 11 o'clock we do not finish this episode, I will start the rest of this later. So, tonight, I need to go and post my tonight notice. We had some tech issues, but we're... Dual Destinies. Okay. All right, so there is our tonight message. So we had some tech issues, but we're finally blasting off into the finale of Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. Again, as a reminder, this is not a blind playthrough. We will have a hard cutoff at midnight Eastern, as I do have a late night meeting that I need to go and attend to. Also, has the game seriously been muted this entire time? God damn it. Well, there we go. You know what? You know what? Just for that, no. I am going to reload the game so that we can actually have this properly played out. So, a couple of other things that I need to announce. Tonight, we're going to go through as much as we can, but we do obviously, we've started late, and I am imposing we have an 8 or 6 hour limit right now. I'm going to start this at the top of the hour at 5 p.m. I do have a couple of things that I want to recap with you all before we get started, because again, for those that have been missing out on the streams and whatnot, first of all, what the actual heck are you doing joining us this late into the series? We're almost 2/3 of the way through right now, and I do have a lovely little collage for you all to see. But let us get right into here. And let's talk a little bit about the whole recap of sorts, shall we? Now, first and foremost, we had an issue with a courtroom bombing. This was a first episode, and the events of this episode kind of happen in between this case. So at a certain point, I will say that there's going to be a hard cutoff, and we'll kind of briefly recap what happened with the first case, this case specifically, while I get that all done and dusted for you all. Now then, after this case, all of the events that we have seen thus far have been flashbacks. So the two cases previously have been cases that Athena has worked on with Apollo, and she was reminiscing of those during the whole course of the event. We had the case of Nine Tails Vale, where we ended up actually having a yokai as a client. Temataro, Turnabout Time, of course, was my most favorite part of this series, and not because I specifically had to split that into two parts. Then, last night, for me specifically, but of course the last part, we had the issue of basically a classroom. We had Themis Legal Academy, and we had an issue between the three, Robin, Hugh, and Juniper Woods. Juniper, as you remember very well, is also the client from the defendant, excuse me, from the first case in Dual Destinies as well. Everything is coming all back together. And now, in this, the beginning of the end, we are quite literally blasting off and dealing with all sorts of interesting stuff that will happen. This is the first case where we have an all-play on board. We have Apollo Justice, Phoenix Wright, and Athena Sykes on deck for all of this. Apollo will be the main point of view for the first trial, but after trial day 1, we'll be moving to Phoenix's point of view for the rest of the case. Also, there is going to be a point at which I believe we might have a stopping point for the stream. Trial day 2 has unfortunately been split into 2 separate parts, but we're going to try as best as we can to get through at least halfway into trial day 2. If I can manage to get through everything tonight, great. But if we are unable to do so, again, my cutoff time tonight is 11 p.m. And that is strictly so that way I can go and take care of my meeting. And then whatever we do not finish tonight, we'll be finishing tomorrow. Now then, with that said, let us officially talk about the costumes. We covered these in the last episode, but we have old school suit and the nostalgic sweater. I didn't get a chance to properly showcase this on the camera, but this is Phoenix Wright's nostalgic sweater. Those of you that remember from the Phoenix Wright trilogy, this was the outfit that Phoenix was wearing during the case of I forgot her name. There was a specific case in which Mia was the defending, or the defense attorney, and that was a case that she was defending Phoenix Wright, and that was the outfit that he was specifically wearing. We're bringing everyone back to default outfits for this specific case, but again, you can use any of the outfits for stylish threads. I specifically utilize the old school suit, but from here on forward, we're going to want the default suit just for the sake of, well, honesty. Finally, again, this was initially intended on being split up into 3 parts. We were going to plan on having episode 4 be covered in the first part, episode 5 be split into 2 parts, where the first part would be kind of a short 3-hour stream, and then the finale would be all done together. However, because of time, and because I want to finish this game this week, we are officially going to be finishing this whole adventure with literally 5 sessions. And I kid you not, I went and looked. Apollo Justice Ace Attorney only had 7 parts. This was the progress we made in part 8, 9, 10, or no, sorry. Apollo Justice Ace Attorney had 8 parts. This was part 9, part 10, part 11, and now we're in part 12. I do apologize. I do want to double check and make sure that I've got all of the numbers good in order for this as well. So do excuse me really quickly while I just make sure that I've got this correctly listed out. Yes, so we had 7 parts for Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. Part 8, 9, and 10 are those 3. Obviously, part 11 happened last night, which we didn't get a chance to fully take care of. And I think I may have oversaved on file slot 3. Oh well, I'm not going to be too terribly worried about that, but we're going to do this. Mainly because I want to finish this as best as I can this week. And I'm partially stalling for time, but that's mainly because I'm on a clock here. And I think, now that I've got that all ready to roll, let's get right into it, because I've decided that we've been going on about this for 20 minutes now. We are ready to roll. And this is literally the beginning of the end. So again, no spoilers. We're not recording this, but we will have a hard cutoff of midnight Eastern tonight, as again, I do have a late night meeting that I need to attend to. So I'm going to try to see if I can take one of my breaks to make some coffee or 2 during some intermissions. So, with that said, let's get right into this. Team Justice officially blasts off at the beginning of the end, episode 4. Courtroom bombing incident. A terrible attack launched by the will of a madman. That incident perfectly symbolized the state of the legal world in this dark age of the law. Mr. Wright brought it to a resolution of sorts. Ted tonight was discovered to be the one responsible for the bombing. I think I had Ted Tenati, but if only it were that simple. Somehow, I can't help but think there's a darker influence at work. One that's lurking in the shadows, waiting. That's why I want to review the trial that was taking place when the bombing occurred. After all, I've got more than a few personal stakes in it. And this is the case that starts the end. The Cosmic Turnabout. Take a listen.
One hour remaining until launch. Please begin your final equipment check.
Check complete. Everything's A-okay. We're ready here whenever you are.
Come in at 2. Come in. Do you copy?
December 16th, 9:12 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 5. Also, hang on a sec. Hold on. There we go. Why did you break? There we go. There I am. All right. Had a bit of technical difficulties. We're having all sorts of tech issues tonight. Jesus H. Christ. Anyway. December 16th, 9:12 a.m. at District Court Defendant Lobby number 5. Time for another trial to begin. This one is different. Sorry to bother you, but... Sorry to bother you, but... Are you alright, Apollo? Ack! Was I making a scary face just now? Oh, hi, Juniper. Yes, I'm fine. I was just doing my Chords of Steel exercises. Now I'm all ready to go. Yes, knowing you, I'm sure you'll be just fine. Oh, I brought you a present from my garden. Is this a lotus root? That's right. My grandma says lotus root is good for your eyes. She even says that if you look through the holes, it can help you see into the future. It's for good luck. Maybe later you can cook it and... Thanks for this. I'm gonna have some right now. My! Kind of tough, though. You can't eat it raw, but thank you for the enthusiastic try. Oops. She didn't think me weird before, she will now. I've gotta calm down. Apollo! I'm sorry I'm late! Hi, Pina. Junie! I didn't know you were coming today. Did you come to cheer Apollo on? Okay, I get it. You sly little thing, you. Athena, stop. Quit kidding around, Athena. The trial's about to start any second. Is everything all set? Oh, Apollo. When will we ever figure it out? Figure out what? Wow. That was the longest sigh I ever heard. And I'm not doing the whole long-ass sigh. This is it. It's all over for me. They're gonna find me guilty. This is our client, one Solomon Starbuck. He's a very famous astronaut who happens to be an acquaintance of mine. You wouldn't know it right now, but he's usually a very upbeat and driven person. The scene of the crime this time happened to be the Cosmic Space Center. Back in high school, my best friend and I went there almost a little too much. That's where we met Mr. Starbuck. We'd ask about space travel, and he'd launch into story after story with so much passion. Back in those days, the man was 100% my hero. Are you sure you're okay with me being my lawyer, Apollo? Of course I'm sure. I know you, Mr. Starbuck. I know you're not the type to commit murder. Thanks, but I'm supposed to be in space right about now. Jeez, he's so depressed, it almost seems like an act. The launch getting called off must have been a huge shock. I'll probably never get the chance to go into space again. Don't say that! Don't stop believing! Besides, you just have to go into space again. Yeah, I don't think I could face Clay in the afterlife if I just rotted away in the cell. Clay Terran, I can't believe he was murdered. I mean, he was such a promising astronaut under your command. Yeah, he was a good guy. Always there to pick me up when I was down. No one loved life as much as him, that's for sure. He was always so full of energy, telling me, "You're fine, Mr. Starbuck." How could something like this happen to a guy like him, huh? I've never seen Mr. Starbuck slow down. Clay's gone and I'm going to prison. I wish I could burn up like a shooting star right now. Mr. Starbuck, you'll be fine! What is it? What's with the yelling? I'll get to the bottom of this today. You'll see. In exchange, I want you to go back into space for you and Clay. Promise? Does that mean you'll have lots of evidence to prove my innocence? Oh, well, about that. We didn't get to investigate the area as much as I'd liked, thanks to the police. I'm done for. I'm a goner. Everybody thinks I did it. Thought I was gonna soar like a comet, but I'm just gonna crash like a meteorite. No, don't say that, Mr. Starbuck! Don't count yourself out yet. I know it's hard to lose a teammate, but you've gotta keep going. And what about you, Apollo? What about me? I was just thinking, wasn't Clay your best friend? We need to focus on the trial right now. Are you all ready to go? Apollo...
Trial is about to begin. If the defense would please proceed into the courtroom.
Okay, here we go. This is it. This is one trial I can't afford to lose. For Clay's sake and our clients, I will find Clay's killer. And with that, December 16th, 9:55 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 4. This courtroom seems to come up quite a lot during the course of this investigation, and yes, for those that remember from part 1, this is the very same courtroom and the very same date that everything went kablooey. Needless to say, I'm not going to be doing much of spoiler protection, so apologies if you're hanging out in the chat and deciding, oh, I wonder what all this is about. Yeah, spoilers are going to be all sorts of nightmare for tonight. Court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Solomon Starbuck. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Excuse me, Mr. Justice.
Yes, Your Honor.
What happened to your eye?
I'm fine. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Are you sure?
I'm fine, Your Honor. The defense is ready. I'm sorry, Your Honor. He's been like this since yesterday. He keeps insisting it's just a sty.
I suppose it's something he doesn't want to discuss. But maybe he's entering a touchy age. Very well, and the prosecution? The prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence! Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. The prosecution is now ready. Well, it didn't take him long this time.
What's up with Blackwell? No, then. I shall give the opening statement. Silence! I'll do it. You will? What an unexpected surprise! This time, I can't leave it to anyone else. I see. Something is off with the two of you today. You both seem different somehow. Very well, Prosecutor Blackwell. Your opening statement, if you would. It was just yesterday. The crimes in question occurred at the Cosmic Space Center. Ah, the famous federal research facility of all things related to astrology, right? Astronomy. It's astronomy. Anyway, a rocket was set to launch from there. But at 9:28 a.m., before they could even move the rocket to the launch site, two explosive devices were detonated, and the launch was cancelled. My word, 2 bombs! How dreadful. The defendant in today's trial is charged with both the bombing and with the murder. One Mr. Solomon Starbuck. For whatever inane reason, he detonated the bomb in the rocket he himself would be in. Solomon Starbuck? I recognize that name. Isn't he that famous astronaut? Correct, Your Bones. Mr. Starbuck was the pilot of the Hat 1 rocket 7 years ago. As you may recall, despite some interstellar trouble, his mission was a success. Some say it was a miracle he returned alive. I suppose you could say he's a living legend. Oh, I remember now. He's become something of an international celebrity, right? They even turned that incident into a movie and everything.
I'm gonna check out here for a second, just so you can see this. Basically, all the stuff up at the top left has intentionally blurred out in the photo, but other stuff is kind of interesting. Had 1 miracle. Anyway, just thought I'd share.
We've got a real space pioneer in court today. But even heroes tumble from their lofty heights. Returning to the subject at hand. Yes, the victim was one Master Clay Tarrant, a subordinate of the defendant. Indeed, a loyal disciple brutally stabbed to death by his mentor. Stabbed to death, you say? You mean his death wasn't a result of the bombing? Correct. Despite his lofty dreams, the victim was seen as an interloper by the defendant. And so, he was seen not into space, but to the universe which we mortals cannot see.
Clay.
I think I've heard enough. The case seems pretty clear-cut at this point. However, there is one thing I am curious about. The metal box next to the witness stand. What purpose does it serve exactly? Since you asked so nicely, it's your coffin. Ah! Have mercy on me! I jest. It's evidence. Due to its immense size, we have little choice but to lay it where it rests now. We shall get to the contents of the box in due time. Phew. I feel like I just lost 50 years off my life.
Doesn't he even have 50 years left? Hey, Athena! Calm down! Inner monologue, Athena! Inner monologue! My thoughts exactly.
Enough jabbering. Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust. Ah, Detective Fulbright. Very well then. Please explain the details of this incident to the court, if you would. On it. First, take a look at this pamphlet from the Cosmic Space Center. In it, you'll find a diagram outlining the overall layout of the Space Center. Ah, here we are. For a more detailed look on what's on the left side of this building, take a look at this cross-section that the police have created. See the launch pad in the main building? The launch pad is a square building, and the rounded structure is the main building, right? You got it. The incidents took place in Launch Pad 1, and the main building's the lounge. I'll be using this diagram during my testimony. It'll make it easier to understand.
The Space Center diagram has been added to the court record. And with that, we go to the details of the case.
And just before the rocket was set to launch, 2 bombs went off. Boom! Boom! One on the second floor of the Space Center's main building, the other one on Launch Pad 1. Thankfully, only the 2 astronauts were on Launch Pad 1 at the time. The 2 of them managed to make it back as far as a boarding lounge. But after he escaped, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death. A murder on top of a bombing? Detective, the victim was already dead by the time you arrived at the lounge, correct?
Yep.
Thinking he'd sabotage the bombing, the defendant killed him right there in the rocket. Just look at this tragic photo.
Oy.
Oh my, is that a knife in the victim's chest? Yes, Your Honor. It's a knife that cruelly ended this young man's dreams. We couldn't get any prints off of it, though, because the defendant was in a spacesuit.
The utility knife has been added to the court record.
By the way, Detective Fulbright, why are the victim's helmet and right glove absent in this photograph? We had to remove them to identify them, Your Honor. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. Yes. It would be very difficult to identify him without a face or fingerprints. And now, there's just one more thing I'd like to inquire about. What is this round thing next to the victim in this photo?
Something so important to the victim, he took it with him as he escaped the launch pad. A capsule that apparently contains asteroid samples. While obviously valuable for research purposes, it has no relation to this case.
I see.
So, we know that the bomb in the main building was on the second floor. But where was a bomb that was in Launch Pad 1 located?
That one was on the rocket itself. It was situated around the central part of the rocket. Apparently, the area around the launch pad's elevator was a sea of flames. I would like to submit this diagram report into the record.
And the bombing report has been added to the court record. The trial's just started and we're already in a bind. You get used to it. Besides, that's what cross-examination is for, right? What the 2 astronauts were doing during the bombing. That'll be the key. So yeah, Apollo is so stoic in this episode, by the way. And yes, you might have noticed, the whole scene with the cross-examination does show Apollo with the eye patch. A clever little detail that they could have easily just tacked on, or they could have just, like, chosen to override it, but they made it specifically, they made, like, a whole separate sprite sheet for Apollo Justice when he had the eye patch on and everything. That, I think, is just so unique to the whole ordeal. Any event, just before the rocket was set to launch, 2 bombs went off. Boom, boom. One on the second floor of the Space Center's main building, and one in the Launch Pad 1. Thankfully, only the 2 astronauts were in the Launch Pad 1 at the time. The 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge. But after the escape, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death. Needless to say... Oh, hang on. Needless to say, just as a reminder, specifically, there's nothing really contradictory in this testimony, so we just press everything.
Hold it!
How powerful were the explosions?
Well, the one in the main building wasn't strong enough to bring the place down. But the room it went off in was burned black. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Due in large part, of course, to me stepping up to lead the evacuation.
Oh, really now? Oh, wait, what were you doing there in the first place, Detective Fulbright?
Bobby Fulbright, hero of justice. I'll be there whenever and whenever people need my help. I'd go to the other side of the world or even the edge of the universe.
I'm not sure he knows how far that actually is. But I guess I'll leave that one alone.
Admirable decision, Justice Starbuck. Huh? What do you decide?
Anyway, could you describe what it was like at the Space Center at the time?
The bomb cut the power to the central bank of elevators in the third-floor lounge. It was pitch black in there, I tell you. However, the security cameras and whatnot were running on emergency backup.
And how did the evacuation go?
I immediately and heroically whisked people down the Space Center's basement shelter.
The basement shelter?
Yes, there's an emergency shelter beneath the Space Center.
Emergency shelter, huh? Oh, here it is! It's at the bottom of the diagram. Right, I need to tuck out so you can see it. Basically, it's highlighted really at the very clear bottom of the screen. The Space Center is pretty impressive to have its own shelter. And the evacuation report has been added to the court record. Power outage and evacuation seem unrelated to the murder at this point. I guess I'll leave that aside for now. So there were 2 explosions in total, correct?
Yep, that's right. One on the second floor of the Space Center's main building, and one in Launch Pad 1.
Hold it!
Let me get this straight. Mr. Starbuck rigged a rocket he was going to board with explosives?
Huh? What are you talking about?
If the defendant really did plant the bomb on his own rocket, he'd get caught in the explosion as well.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
Fine. A simpleton for a simpleton. Full right and motive.
Understood. The defendant actually had astrophobia.
Astrophobia? What's that?
The fear of space, naturally. Just the thought of space can cause the afflicted to freeze up. And so in its terror, the defendant found a way to stop the launch at the last minute.
That's absurd!
Unfortunately for you, we have evidence. Take a look at these.
What are they?
These anti-anxiety pills were found among the defendant's possessions. Apparently, he was taking them in a secret to quell his fears.
There were a multitude of problems with the rocket Mr. Starbuck wrote 7 years ago. Rumor has it threatened to crash a number of times as well. That was, of course, very traumatic for Mr. Starbuck.
Objection!
But that doesn't mean he'd go so far as to blow up his own ship!
Silence!
The defendant couldn't bear to mar his good name, could he? No, not after the media had branded him Solomon Starbuck, space pioneer extraordinaire. Given these conditions, the defendant could hardly run away like some base mutt. What, so that's why you think he resorted to the bombing? Naturally. He constructed this act of sabotage in an attempt to blow up the space center, which would effectively abort the launch, but spare his reputation.
Ugh. And now I'm sure you understand why we have to bring justice down on this atrocious criminal. Thankfully, only the 2 astronauts were in the launch pad 1 at the time.
Hold it! Are you sure it was only the 2 of them?
It was just before the spaceship was set to launch, so of course it was only those 2.
Well, there could have been somebody else inside that rocket.
Silence!
The notion of a third party in launch pad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device, and allow me to state up front that there are precious few with clearance to do so.
A fingerprint recognition device? It sounds as futuristic and complex as a space center. Actually, it's not as amazing as you think, Your Honor. Take a look at this photo. This is the door in the lounge with the fingerprint lock. Only personnel whose fingerprints are registered can pass through.
I see. That is very different from what I had in mind. And is there a record of the number of people that passed through that door yesterday?
Yes, there were only 3. The defendant, the victim, and the director of the Space Center, Yuri Cosmos.
Then doesn't that mean it's possible that the director's the one who did it?
Not a chance. He was in the main building when the bombs exploded at 9:28, doing his job directing the launch. Besides having an alibi, he has no motive for committing these senseless acts.
He has a point. I guess the director can't be considered a suspect then. Launchpad 1 door lock has been added to the court record.
The two of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge.
Hold it!
So, while it would appear that the pair barely escaped with their lives, in actuality, one of them had already been murdered inside the rocket. That's the angle the prosecution wants to push, correct?
You got it. In fact, that's what I've been trying to say this whole time. If the victim had been alive, he would have for sure tried to stop the bombing.
Is there any chance Mr. Terran could have been killed before he boarded the rocket?
They were both alive and well at boarding time, and embarked under their own power. Their hearts full of hopes and dreams of space.
And then both of their hopes and dreams were dashed.
If I may continue my explanation, after the evacuation order was given, the defendant made his escape, carrying the victim to make it look like a rescue. But after the escape, one of the two was found stabbed to death.
Hold it!
And who was the first to find the victim?
Actually, there were two of them.
And the Space Center director, and Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm.
One of them was a detective. Yep, Detective Arm specializes in bombings, you see. She and the director were ordering the evacuation following the explosions. They were also worried about the astronauts, so they hurried over to the boarding lounge. That's when they discovered the victim along with the defendant.
Two witnesses, huh? One of them is a detective. I doubt either would have had anything to say that would help me.
I think that pretty much covers the details of the case. Only the victim and the defendant were on the launch pad when the former was killed. If this is the truth, then only Mr. Starbuck could have carried out this crime.
What little I could get out of him only hurt my case.
Justice Dono. Foolish is a warrior who rushes headlong into battle. Preparation is an essential element of battle, so I advise you to take a gander at this.
What is it?
Footage from the security camera, as the two astronauts emerged from the bowels of the Launchpad 1 corridor. The boarding lounge security camera captured their desperate escape. Now I would direct your attention to what the defendant is shouldering, which you can see is none other than the lifeless body of the victim.
What?
Order! Order, I say! This lines up exactly with what the prosecution has been asserting.
I should have known Black Hole would have something like this ready. Begrudgingly, the security camera video has also been added to the court record. Apollo? How exactly did they determine that Clay was already gone in that footage? I see what you mean. Whether Clay was still alive at the point is pretty crucial. Your Honor, please take another look at the footage. Isn't it possible that Mr. Terran was still alive here and that Mr. Starbuck was helping him?
Why, I believe you're right. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship.
Silence!
Perhaps that's what it looked like to a one-eyed hotbed and a doter. But it only makes sense if it's the victim's dead body.
What do you mean?
Fulbright, explain it to Justice Dono. You got it. You ready, kid? If the murder had occurred in the lounge, someone could have spotted it. Anyone can enter the lounge after all. But doing it while they were alone in the spaceship, that's a horse of a different color.
Objection!
But you can't deny that there's a possibility the murder could have happened in the lounge. All the video shows is a man helping his fellow astronaut out.
Silence!
Your assertion is based on emotion. It's based on your belief that Mr. Starbuck would surely help his own disciple. But you have no logical explanation as to why the victim could still be alive. Unfortunately, Mr. Justice, the prosecution is right. Your argument is lacking in sound logic.
It sounded perfectly logical to me.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further objections, then I believe it's time to bring this cross-examination to a close.
Objections? Well,
Hold it!
Your Honor, the defense requests a little time to think and regroup.
Given the facts, I'm not sure I see the need.
What is it, Athena? It's just, there's something that's been bothering me.
If it isn't the defense stalling for time as always. Very well. I'm feeling generous. You may have a small measure of time.
Yes!
You have 5 seconds.
5 seconds?
After that, I declare this cross-examination to be closed and a verdict to be rendered. Your baldness, raise your gavel high. It's time for a countdown. Ready?
We don't have time. Spit it out, Athena.
Only 3 more seconds.
Heck! Look, I don't think the prosecution's explanation is very complete. Meaning there's something missing. Like, they conveniently left it unexplained. Something they didn't explain. You're right! I think I know what you're talking about.
Your 5 seconds are up, Mr. Justice. Is there anything about the prosecution's argument that you'd like to rebut?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, there is. There is something the prosecution has yet to make clear to this court.
Well, if you put it that way. What is it that the prosecution has failed to explain?
They have failed to explain why Mr. Starbuck would bother bringing the body back at all. If the defendant wanted to kill the victim, why didn't he just leave his body in the rocket? Why go through the trouble of bringing him all the way back to the boarding lounge?
That's true. I don't think we've heard the prosecution's thoughts on that just yet.
That's because I have none, Your Honor. After all, how does one explain something so illogical? The prosecution is claiming that the defendant moved the victim's dead body. But what if the entire premise of that argument is wrong?
Then let's hear your theory, Mr. Justice.
The defense proposes that the defendant didn't kill the victim. He was helping him. Heck!
Fulbright, explain it for our sad friend here before I nod off to his monotone monologue. Inform him exactly why Space Boy moved the victim.
Huh? They've got to be joking.
It's simple. Mr. Starbuck did what he did to direct suspicion away from himself. He wanted to create the impression he heroically risked his life to save his partner. That's why he made sure to make it so the security camera was... That's why he made sure to make it to the security camera so there'd be a record. At the very least, he appears to have achieved success with you and the old man. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship. The average person wearing a spacesuit weighs easily over 200 pounds. Saving the life of a partner who weighs as much while trying to escape deadly flames. What a dramatic sob story, fit for the silver screen. Indeed, I was completely taken in by the humanity of the story. You see? Yet the true ending is that all traces of his hammy act were meant to be blown up. Yes, and now we arrive at the thrilling conclusion. The third explosion.
Objection!
What are you talking about? There's no third explosion.
Indeed, you are correct. But that is thanks to Detective On. It was she who identified and secured the bomb. However, it doesn't change the fact that the third bomb was discovered in the lounge. The steel coffin beside the witness stand. That would be a bomb transport case. We used that to transport the deactivated bomb here. It was found in the lounge, a bomb in the form of a most distasteful toy.
What?
One on the second floor of the main building, one on the launch pad, and one in the lounge. The defendant planned to set off 3 firework displays. Unfortunately, the third was discovered before it could be detonated, for had it not, the victim's body and other vital evidence would surely have been immolated.
Objection!
Gag!
Before you utter a word, know that the evidence supports me.
Ugh. It's like he's reading my mind.
As it is still undergoing forensic investigation, I do not have the evidence on hand. However, knowing that a particular item was found in one of Mr. Starbuck's pockets, specifically a bomb detonation switch.
You found what?
I suspect the defendant had no time to destroy such damning evidence. Where the Space Center director, Detective Arms, stumbled across the murder. And so he thought to hide it in his pocket. Feeble-brained that he is.
No! Mr. Starbuck would never do anything like that! Ah!
Justice, Donna. Open your eyes and see the truth. This appears to be irrefutable evidence that the accused set off the explosions.
Oh, there has to be some kind of mistake! This can't be the truth!
You still can't accept it? You'll believe in your client, come what may. And then why don't you cross-examine the defendant himself?
This has got to be a trap. It's like Blackwell's controlling the entire game.
Yeah, it seemed like he was waiting for me to bring up the body-moving issue.
Why do you say that?
Because he had just the right argument when I pointed it out.
And to really rub it in, he had a decisive piece of evidence up his sleeve, too. He was trying to shake my faith in Mr. Starbuck and bring me down. Then, making her cross-examine Mr. Starbuck at this point was part of his plan, too? Totally underhanded, but I wouldn't expect anything less from him.
Now, let us hear from the arch-villain, the fiendish murderer himself, famed astronaut Solomon Starbuck. Witness, please state your name and occupation, please. Solomon Starbuck, astronaut. How did this happen? Mr. Starbuck, you aren't looking very well. Will you be able to give testimony? Oh. Well, unfortunately, no is not an option. You are being accused of the Space Center bombing and the murder of Clay Terran. Please testify to these allegations. Mind if I take this suit off? It's getting really heavy.
Silence!
It's not the weight of the suit that you feel, but of your sins. Prepare to carry that weight for the rest of your life. Dash me to the moon. I don't care anymore.
Wow. That was super negative. Is he gonna be all right up there? He'll be fine, I think. As long as he doesn't totally give up and say he did it, that is. So, Starbuck's testimony. Let's see what we've got.
All I did was support Clay over my shoulder and get us out of the rocket. Like always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Clay had passed out by the time we got the order to evacuate. I didn't kill Clay. I was trying to save him. So you assert you didn't set off the bombs or murder the victim? But I bet you think I'm lying, right? I reserve all judgment until after I've heard your full testimony. I'm sure you don't believe me. I bet you don't even believe I'm an astronaut.
I don't think the judge doubts that. Who would wear a suit like that except an astronaut?
I will say that when I saw you in that movie, you appeared quite courageous, though I suppose reality never quite lives up to fantasy. I guess I'm just a big disappointment. I really don't care what happens anymore.
Oh no, he's completely given up.
What a depressing fellow. If you were to join me in the clink, I'd imagine that annoying sighing of yours would rub off on the other inmates.
Like how it rubbed off on Prosecutor Blackwell a second ago?
Huh? That was Blackwell sighing?
Mr. Starbuck's testimony contains a glaring contradiction. The question is, what does it mean? Even if Mr. Starbuck's my client, I can't be gun-shy now. It's time to fight. Time to fight to see the truth. It's time to find out the truth. Okay. I clicked the button too fast. So yeah, very clear contradiction. Like always, we took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Hold the phone just a second. The elevator wasn't functioning, therefore, he couldn't have gone down the elevator.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, I need your testimony to be as accurate as possible.
Was I not being accurate?
No, because it's impossible for you to have taken the elevator down to the middle level.
What makes you say that, Mr. Justice?
Please recall where the bomb went off in Launchpad 1. Also recall that after the explosion, the middle level elevator was engulfed in flames.
Oh, you're right. Which means...
Exactly. The Launchpad's elevator would have been unusable. In other words... Mr. Starbuck, your statement is decidedly inconsistent with the facts. Well, what's with the helmet?
Mission Command, do you read me? Come in, please.
Objection!
This is Mission Command. Why order you to pay attention? Stop this nonsense and answer my questions, Mr. Starbuck.
My helmet! Oxygen, Jake! Oxygen concentration and body temperature declining. Requesting medical assistance.
God damn it.
Mr. Starbuck, we are not in space right now. Please stop pretending you have lost consciousness and stand back up.
I apologize, Your Honor. I forgot I was still on Earth. I feel like we all just got a real glimpse of Solomon Starbuck as the astronaut. Yeah, he seemed more like an astronaut now than when he was doing all that sighing. Mr. Starbuck, could you please explain the inconsistency in your statement about how you used the middle level elevator?
I was nervous and I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I actually took a different route, I think.
A different route?
I hope you're able to deliver a straight story this time.
I'll get it right this time. Maybe. No, I mean probably.
Probably. It's understandable to be nervous, but let me remind you, accuracy is paramount in court.
My escape route. Let's see. My escape route. What I said before was a mistake. I remember now. I took a different route. Probably with the capsule and clay in my arms, I made my way down from the upper level. So you're saying you escaped without using the elevator?
That's right. There's a ladder that spans the upper and middle levels. I used that ladder to get to the middle level. Luckily, the fire hadn't reached the ladder, so we could make our escape that way. And the capsule you mentioned, I suppose you mean the thing next to Mr. Terran here. Was the capsule that important that you'd risk your life to take it with you? It almost goes without saying, but yeah. That capsule contains asteroid samples. Therefore, it's invaluable as research material. With a spacesuit on, Clay weighed a ton, but securing the capsule was also important. I need you to answer to the best of your ability. Mr. Starbuck, please remember that your verdict is writing on your testimony. Maybe I am guilty after all. I wonder if you can see the stars in prison. But it's more comfortable than a spaceship. He says he was using both hands, but obviously there's an even clearer contradiction now.
Objection!
I had to just find it. There we go. Mr. Starbuck, why don't you just tell the truth? The truth? Let's see. The Earth is blue? No, that's not right. So, I guess the Earth isn't blue? Yeah, that's it. The truth, Mr. Starbuck. The oxygen concentration is super low in this area. Prepare the emergency oxygen tanks. Mr. Justice, the witness appears confused. Please help draw out the truth from him. Mr. Starbuck, under the circumstances at the time, you couldn't possibly have reached the boarding lounge via the upper level route. Huh? Not as long as this was along the escape route.
Take that!
To get down from the upper to the middle level where the launch pad 1 corridor was, you would have to go down the ladder. Isn't that right, Mr. Starbuck? Of course. That was the only way we could escape.
Objection!
But how would that work? At the time, you were supporting Mr. Terran over your shoulder, were you not? And remember, he was in full space gear as well, putting him at well over 200 pounds. Well, it's easy on the moon. Gravity is only 1/6 of what it is on Earth.
Objection!
But the Space Center is located on Earth. Short of being an octopus, climbing a ladder with an adult male in space gear in one arm, while carrying the capsule in your other is impossible, wouldn't you say? Oh. So, Mr. Starbuck, how exactly did you climb down the ladder with your arms full? Mr. Starbuck, come clean and tell us the truth, now! An engineer! Where's that engineer? Oxygen leak detected due to faulty maintenance. Evacuate immediately! What the? He's flying the coop! Hug! Help! I'm caught in the ceiling! Help? Anyone? Bailiff, prepare the cherry picker. We must launch our rescue mission at once. Well, that's one way to take off while being questioned. I'd rather prove his innocence so he can go to space again someday for real. So then, Mr. Starbuck, do you think you can keep your feet planted on the ground? Yes, I apologize for losing control. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Not that. Anything but that. What is going on? This isn't the Mr. Starbuck I know. It appears Space Boy is prone to deception. Witness. Yikes! Yes! I thought your story odd, but perhaps inconsistencies can be explained as the result of a medical side effect? Prosecutor Blackwell, please don't talk about that. What are you talking about, Prosecutor Blackwell? Didn't I already state that Space Boy is ironically terrified of going into space? And that's why he took some precautions just before the launch. For you see, traces of this anti-anxiety drug were found in his system. Oh? I sense things are about to nosedive. Hold it! You got it all wrong. I told him during the investigation, too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. It was found in his system, but he doesn't remember taking it? How could that be? Somebody must have slipped them to me. But I guess that's why I don't remember. Because of the side effects. Yeah, that's why I don't remember what really happened. What? Order in the court! We can't get any useful testimony out of him if he doesn't remember anything. Well, this certainly explains why his testimony kept changing. Ugh. Why did you just tell me he couldn't remember? I guess he didn't want anybody to find out he was terrified of going into space. Maybe I really did do it. Which brings us to the answer of our original question. Of how the witness climbed down the ladder with a dead body. It does? So what is it? A dead man feels no pain and makes no complaints, Justice Starbuck. So the body was simply dropped down from the top of the ladder. Oh my, I see. And then the defendant could climb down with his free hand.
Objection!
Drop the body down? Who would do such a disrespectful thing? Besides, chopping the body down would leave marks on the body itself. So you are capable of quick thinking. Yes, you are correct. Really? Oh, thanks. Ah! Huh? What's this? It's an oxygen tank from the victim's spacesuit. It's ruptured, and I'm sure you can figure out why. You can't be implying it ruptured when the defendant dropped the victim's body. I am, for they fracture easily when struck.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the tank's explosion and shrapnel would leave its mark on the body. Yet, according to autopsy report, only the knife wound was found on the victim's body. You're clearly grasping at straws with this line of reasoning.
Silence!
A spacesuit isn't heavy for the sake of being heavy, Justice Starbuck. It includes the latest technological devices and is made of the fabric of tomorrow. This fabric is made to protect astronauts from the dangers of space. So falling a few Earth yards would hardly leave a mark on the wearer.
Objection!
Then shouldn't it be possible to stab someone through it as well? It should. And yet, through sheer coincidence, the knife slipped into a weak spot in the suit's structure and found its way into its target. What are the chances? You forget our killer is an astronaut himself, with knowledge of how the suit works. He's got me there. And now my argument has been proven. Space Boy killed the victim in the rocket and then dropped his body from the upper level. After climbing down, he shouldered the body and made sure the camera recorded them. There's no room for debate about these facts. It is clear that Solomon Starbuck is the only one who could have killed Clay Terran. Gah! Yeah, the report regarding the astronauts' oxygen tanks. Consider it my send-off gift. Feel free to use it as payment to cross the river Styx. Duck! Oxygen tank data has been added to the court record. Hey, this report is pretty detailed. The display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows oxygen remaining.
After the incident, the victim's tank was ruptured and the remaining oxygen was at 0%. The tank belonging to Starbuck, who claims to have carried the victim, said it was 80% full. The tanks were functioning properly at the time. I was hoping I could get a read off of that oxygen tank, but I can see that one lists 50, but that one doesn't read anything at all. So neither of the numbers add up. Let's see. The display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows oxygen remaining. I guess that means these glowing cyan digits represent the amount of oxygen in the air tank. I'm done for. I'm going to prison instead of space. Space boy. Yes. Take heart. The bejeweled night sky is still beautiful, even when viewed through bars. You mean the stars as seen from prison? That's right. Your cell will be your spaceship. Picture the view through the iron bars. It's like being an astronaut in your own craft for all time. That's not half bad, thought. Mr. Starbuck, Oscar Black hole got to him good. Spaceship prison cell. Fly me my guilt and my despair to the deepest, darkest space. And then, let's get sucked into a black hole together.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, you can't give up hope. Oh, yes, Apollo. You know Clay really looked up to you. He said you were an incredible man. He said you never give up your dreams and passion for space, no matter the situation. He said that? So don't give up now and cover and help me prove your innocence. For the sake of the man who respected you and believed in you, Clay Terran. For Clay? You're wasting your breath. Ugh. Apollo, thank you. I can see things clearly now. Mr. Starbuck, I'm fine now. Thanks for reminding me of my life's mission. Right. We'll both be fine. I'll prove you're innocent, you'll see. And after that, we'll get you back into space. Hurrah! You've ignited the booster rockets of my soul. I'm on fire! I'm Solomon Starbuck, astronaut, a cosmic hero chosen by the universe itself. There's no time to be whimpering and crying. I can't let you and Clay down. Balderdash. The sun, moon, all of space is calling me Solomon Soul Starbuck. Ready for launch. Begin the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! Holy shit, he is actually lifting off. Whoa, I feel like I witnessed an actual rocket launch. Apollo, you did it! You broke Prosecutor Blackwell's grip on Mr. Starbuck. I can't take the credit. It was all Mr. Starbuck. He pulled himself through. If you simpletons are done massaging one of those egos, no matter how positive your mood, my advantage remains unshakable. I have but to wait for the final guilty verdict. Isn't that right, your bones? Gah! I can't let up now. I have to stop Blackwell. I have to see this through. Mr. Starbuck just has to make it back into space. I won't allow Clay's dream to remain unfulfilled. I've got to destroy Blackwell's argument somehow. Think, Justice, think. If the only people at Launch Pad 1 were Clay and Mr. Starbuck, and if Clay was already dead by the time this footage was taken, then the only person who could have killed him is Mr. Starbuck. So the only way to counter Blackwell's argument is if I could prove that Clay was still alive when they arrived at the boarding lounge. In which case, I should be able to find some contradiction in the evidence itself. Now let's see. About this data we just received. This supposedly proves that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay's body in Launch Pad 1. If I'm going to prove that false, then there must be something I can use here. Enough of this farce, your baldness. Let's have your verdict.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you seem to be in quite a hurry to rush the verdict. But about this oxygen tank data you submitted just now. It says that Mr. Starbuck's tank had 80% remaining, while Mr. Terran's had 0. Do you stand by the accuracy of this report? Of course. Then I guess it simply means that it's faulty as evidence goes. You will explain what you mean, Justice Starbuck. It's simple. This evidence contradicts the facts of this case. Take a look here at the detailed description and you'll see what I mean.
I hope you have some evidence, Mr. Justice, because I don't see what's so contradictory.
Yes, Your Honor, right away. This is the evidence that the oxygen tank report stands in contradiction to.
Take that!
Then how does this evidence present a contradiction?
The problem is with this part here. Why it's lagging, but oh well.
Take that!
Note the remaining oxygen in Mr. Starbuck's tank as he carries Mr. Terran.
It appears to say 50.
Yes, but according to the data, our client's tank had 80% remaining.
The oxygen in the tank increased?
I see Your Honor finds it as strange as I do. It's bad enough that there is a contradiction, but the increase in oxygen is beyond illogical.
Oh my, you're absolutely right. But what is going on here?
Silence!
I too find it odd that the oxygen remaining has increased. It would be as odd as if my rations were to increase.
But what does that prove? It doesn't change the fact that it is the defendant carrying the victim's corpse.
Objection!
I'm gonna bet you don't get more rations because you don't abide by the rules. Either way, the oxygen remaining shouldn't increase, just as your rations don't increase. Therefore, this new information is critical. We can't overlook it.
Silence!
In that case, do you have an answer to this riddle of mysteriously increasing oxygen?
You'd better not disappoint, or I'll declare the inconsistency as mere equipment malfunction.
Urgh!
Prosecutor Blackwell has a point. I suppose it could be a simple malfunction. Mr. Justice, if you cannot provide an adequate counter-argument to this point, I'm afraid I must bring this trial to an end. So, do you think you can explain why the remaining oxygen level increased?
Of course I can. The thing to do at a time like this is to turn my thinking around. Mr. Starbuck has no memory of it, but he claims to have carried Clay. So, this man with a 50 on his tank ought to be Mr. Starbuck. But if anything, the display on his oxygen tank should have shown an 80. This is a clear contradiction between the report and the security footage. So what I should be asking is not why did the oxygen level increase, but what had to have happened to make it look like it increased. Am I making some kind of mistake in my base assumptions here?
Well, Mr. Justice, we're waiting.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready to answer. This is why the remaining oxygen appears to have increased. What if it was the other way around?
The other way around? What would you care to explain, Mr. Justice?
As you can see, Your Honor, both men had their helmets on in this footage. But it turns out this is where our base assumptions went astray.
We assumed that it was Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran, but it was the other way around. It wasn't Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Terran at all. It was Mr. Terran who was helping Mr. Starbuck into the boarding lounge. It was what? Order! Order! Mr. Justice! You mean to tell me that the person on the right in this image is a victim, Clay Terran? It's the only way the riddle of the increasing oxygen level can be solved, Your Honor. At this point in time, the remaining oxygen in the victim's tank was at 50%. And when the victim was found in the boarding lounge, his tank was at 0%. That's right. There's nothing contradictory about the oxygen level decreasing. This means Mr. Terran was alive as they made their escape into the boarding lounge.
Silence.
How short your memory is. Have you forgotten what you yourself proposed? Even if the victim was alive at this point in time. How did he descend the ladder with his arms full?
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you can't hurt me with a broken blade. Excuse me? It's true that we don't know how they got down the ladder. I suppose that matter needs further investigating. But we have proven that Mr. Terran was alive when he reached the boarding lounge. This fact alone shatters your claims and opens up the possibility that the victim could have been killed by a third party. There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene, but can we truly trust their statements? Let's see. Two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. It seems we'll have to hear the testimony of these first two people on the scene. Score! Come to think of it, Detective Arm should be here in court right now. Bailiff, could you please show Detective Arm to the stand? Hold it! That's the inspiration behind the floating ribbon headband? Kinda, sorta. I have an announcement, everyone. Well, what is the meaning of this? We're in the middle of a trial here. But please remain calm and listen carefully. Someone has reactivated the bomb. The bomb was defused, but it's about to explode. Explode? A bomb? Now? Huh? Everybody run! I don't want to die! No, everybody's panicking!
Silence.
Headless chickens with a death wish, the lot of you. Calm yourselves before all else. Come on, Apollo, let's get out of here! But what about Mr. Starbuck's dream? And who will carry out Clay's final wish? I don't care what happens to me. I'm not letting some bomb blow up the truth forever. I refuse to let things end here. Apollo, this is no time to be dramatic. If we don't get out of here now, we're gonna die. Come on, this way. Hey, ouch. Let me go. Apollo. Juniper. She hasn't evacuated yet? Eek. Juniper, are you all right? Apollo, no, not that way. Ah! And that is where I have to cut to full chat really quickly. Nevada, you came in at a perfect time here. I'm not cutting to intermission because I need to chat really quickly with you guys. That is not the scene. Hey, no, you get back on over here. I did not want to move over to the end scene. Okay, so I do actually have a message that I need to read before I go to intermission.
At this point, the trial of Tetanate happens at this point in the case, and we clear Juniper Woods of suspicion of the bombing. Obviously, I won't bore you with the details, but I do want to point out for chronology's sake as best as I can in this adventure. Obviously, this is going to be the last that we see mainly of Apollo Justice for this case, but he will return very briefly at the end of the next investigation, which we will be covering when we come back. When we return, the continuation of, well, the Cosmic Turnabout. And yes, I did specifically chose to introduce this gift at this time because it looks like Phoenix got called into this whole case, which is exactly what happens. Now, with that said, I'm going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will continue with Phoenix Wright's perspective for the Cosmic Turnabout. Back in a few, everybody. let's get me back up in here. So, thank you very much, Lord Navasa, or Lord of the Nevada, for dropping on by and hanging on out. Regardless if you can chat with us or not tonight, thank you very much for hanging out with us as well. I do have a couple of special announcements that I do want to make. First of all, going into my general notes. Regardless if you can chat with us tonight or not, thanks for dropping on by. We have a special offer for those of you that are lurking in the chat. If you would like the free Lurkers shoutout once per stream, you can just type the command !lurk in the chat, and we'll give you an audible thanks for dropping on by. For those that are watching live, we do also have a VODs channel over at youtube.com/@DMAVODs. We have officially confirmed that the first streams are going to be releasing on March 18th. So I need to go and update that on my schedule. And I have gotten confirmation that it's going to be a batch of 5. So we're going to have 5 streams release on the 18th. And then until we're all caught up, it's going to be 2 per day. Wednesday, Friday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, until we're caught up with our stream schedules. Also, after this week, I am turning on the VODs for Twitch. So they will be published live once I'm done streaming as well. And that just means not only that, but I can also mark clips and whatnot for my own personal sake. It just gives me some stuff that I can do on my own for personal preference. We're getting all of that set up, so that way we should be able to seamlessly transition into that new setup. And then at that point, that is all of the stuff that I want to do right now on Twitch and on the Twitch setup. So the next 2 weeks will be the Twitch setup with the VODs, get that tinkered out, get everything all caught up and up to date, and then early April into May, we're going to be starting possibly dual streaming onto Kick as well. But in the meantime, our live shows, I need to update this as well. Our live shows starting March 19th are going to be Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, with some select Sundays as well, starting about 3 p.m. U.S. Central Standard Time. And as far as our stream schedule goes for the next few weeks, we have as follows. Tonight, we will be playing Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy and continuing the Cosmic Turnabout until we either finish it or until we hit 11 p.m., whichever comes first. Then tomorrow, we're going to be going through the rest of this. We're going to be finishing up Ace Attorney Dual Destinies and getting that in the bag for Pi Day. We're also going to be having AJT Part 13 tomorrow, which is going to be the the finale of Dual Destinies. After that, I won't be live on Saturday or Sunday, but I will be back the following Tuesday the 19th, where I will be picking up with the first episode of Spirit of Justice, Part 14. Part 15 will be on the 21st, that following Thursday, and the Wednesday in between, we'll be doing a little special Minecraft stream here on the channel. Fast forwarding, after the Thursday, we'll have no stream on Friday, but then Saturday, we will be doing our 16th part of AJT. That, of course, is going to be all 3 of those AJT streams for next week are going to be starting at 3 p.m. and we're going to be going for about 6 hours or until the completion of the episode. Beyond that, I do have a couple other announcements that I want to acknowledge. First of all, we are currently working towards reaching 50 followers, which opens up the opportunity to play through the bonus episode in Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, Turnabout Reclaimed. That is the only episode that I'm not going to be immediately playing, but it will be available for our playthrough when we reach 50 followers. Of course, check the stream below to see where we are towards the active goal, as well as our other incentives during this playthrough of the Apollo Justice Trilogy. Also, we do have one specific sponsor for this stream, and it's brought to us by none other than our community Discord server, the Metro Realm itself. The community Discord server, the Metro Realm, is now open to the public once more. Access to the server is available for those that are interested in joining via the website, themetrorealm.net/discord, or by typing in the command !Discord into the chat. Other than that, I don't have any major alerts to read off, but I do want to give a shout out once again to Laura Navasa for hanging out and dropping us a little hello there from the Doofenshmirtz Evil Incorporated and Board of Directors team as well. In fact, on the 24th, we'll be with the Board of Directors at 6 p.m. Central as well. So we'll be hanging out with him specifically for that. Other than that, I again do apologize for rushing, but I need to go through and get all of my stuff saved and make sure that we have a specific save point for tonight. And then we'll continue on to the next chapter. With that said, we're back on over here, and we are continuing onwards to the next chapter. Before I begin, though, I do want to make sure that I've got a very specific thing set up as well. I want to make sure I've got this taken care of as well on my end. Okay. So, again, I'm going to go back to this chat because I do want to emphasize yet again, this is not a blind playthrough. So from this point, I do know roughly what goes down, and I do know all of the spoilers from this point forward. And yes, there are going to be a huge amount of spoilers at this point forward. So spoiler warning for anyone who has not finished through Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney Trilogy, or specifically Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, you are being warned right now. At this point, it is entirely going to be a Phoenix Wright game. There's not too many further cases at this point where it is specifically Apollo Justice centered. So that's going to be basically it for Apollo Justice as the main protagonist for this game. We are now turning on over to Phoenix Wright. And like I mentioned before the break, at this point chronologically, we have hit the point in which the first case, which I think I have loaded in this specific image. So this first case happens chronologically between the point that we just played through and the point that we're getting to right now. So again, specifically, it is part 9 of the Apollo Justice trilogy. Then part 10 is, of course, all in the past. Part 11 is slightly in the past, but a little bit more current to date. And then we have tonight's episode, which, as you guys know, this is specifically now going into Phoenix's point of view. So, with that said, the trial of Ted tonight happens at this point in the case, and we clear Juniper Woods of suspicion of the courtroom bombing. Obviously, we won't bore you with the details, but Apollo is in no fit condition to continue as a lead defense attorney for this case. Therefore, it's up to Phoenix Wright with his brand new badge to assume the role and take things over from here. We are now returning back to the game where it is going to be Phoenix's turn to handle things for the rest of this case. So with that said, that is the extent of my notes right now. And my notes are going to be, well, hang on. I do apologize. I need to fix one quick thing on my setup here, because I want to have this properly set up. So we've got this side by side here as well. And yeah, all right. So I've got my notes properly set up, side by side. And with that said, I'm now officially going to go, after a little delay. Again, I do apologize. After a little bit of a delay, we finally move on over to the next chapter. In the middle of the Space Center bombing trial, we had another bombing incident. This one destroyed courtroom number 4. Furthermore, Apollo suffered massive injuries from being there when the bomb went off. Unfortunately, Juniper Woods was fingered as the courtroom bomber. Athena and I knew that she had to be innocent, so we took her case on. We managed to clear Miss Wood's name. But Apollo sustained further injuries when he was attacked by Destinies. So I said Destinies in the first part of Dual Destinies, and I do apologize. The actual pun is meant to be Destinies, as in, like, detonate. Detonate. So, with that said, my apologies, my correction. We are now officially in Wright's shoes, December 19th, 3:21 p.m. at the Wright Anything Agency. You might notice it has exactly been 3 days since the last trial started, and we need to do a proper investigation of everything for trial tomorrow. Apollo's a tough guy, but this is taking its toll on him. Yeah, poor guy, being attacked by Destinies like that on top of all of his other injuries. Apollo is resting at a nearby Hickfield clinic. I've had some experience with that place myself. What an awful turn of events. I never thought he'd land in the hospital of all places. You must miss him too, huh? Now that you don't have anybody to tease. Don't worry. He is young. He'll heal quickly and be back before you know it. It's been a while since I last saw Trucy look so down. We won the court case, yet nobody feels much like celebrating.
Alright, enough of this, people! This is no time to be moping around. Now try those eyes, both of you!
You're the only one who's crying, Athena.
Technicalities! Look, we have work to do. We have to take over.
Take over what exactly?
Apollo Space Center case, of course. As no verdict's been reached, there's still a chance. I agree with Athena. We should have picked up Mr. Starbuck's defense. We have to avenge our fallen comrade. Right, Daddy?
Apollo hasn't exactly fallen. He's still alive, you know.
Good. Now that that's settled, let's get going. Come on, we gotta run.
Wait, right now? Better not be running the whole way. There she goes. I better go catch up. Can you take care of the office, Trucy?
Sure thing, Daddy. Let's be careful out there. In the meantime, I'm gonna bake some cookies and fill up my magic panties for you.
Trucy seems to be feeling a little better. I can always count on Athena to perk everybody up with her enthusiasm.
Oh, she's back! Don't mind me, I just forgot a few things. A wallet, phone, documents, my bag.
Sounds like you forgot everything. You can always count on Athena for that, too.
Alright, you two. Let's be careful out there.
With that, we automatically move to the detention center visitor's room. So our client is one Solomon Starbuck. He's so famous, I've heard of him.
That's right! He's a super famous astronaut who works at the Cosmic Space Center. He was actually up in outer space 7 years ago.
You seem to know quite a bit about him. I'm all excited to meet the man. Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Apollo told me all about you. You're Phoenix Wright, Apollo's mentor, right?
Yes, that's right.
Mentor has a nice ring to it.
Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Starbuck. Mr. Wright and I have you covered.
And you're the new kid that Apollo told me about. Wait, don't I know you from somewhere?
Huh? You mean other than at your trial? I don't think so.
I guess so. My mistake. My memory isn't what it used to be. My mind and body are kaput. Same goes for my life. I mean, I'm so astronomically unlucky that I had a bomb go off in the middle of my trial. Trying to defend me would be like trying to enter the stratosphere without a spacecraft.
Yikes. He's seriously got to stop depressing himself. Cheer up, Mr. Starbuck. Besides, the thing you said about entering the stratosphere, that just means we'd shine like shooting stars, right?
Like shooting stars, huh? You know, you're right. Why did I think of that? After all, that's what we were all put on this earth to do, right? To shine like stars. Guess I should have mentioned the fact that shooting stars burn out in a flash. Oh yeah, here we go. 3, 2, 1. To the stratosphere and beyond. Yeah, I feel alive now. You can go ahead and ask me anything you want. Is that really all it takes? So you have no memory at all of the incident. I'm so ashamed. My memory of the time is as black and cloud as a dark nebula.
Still, it's strange you don't remember a thing. Are you sure you didn't take one of those anti-anxiety pills like they said at the trial?
You got it all wrong. I told them during the investigation, too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. It is true I developed a fear of space because of what happened 7 years ago. And I was taking medication secretly every now and then when my anxiety got bad. Having a fear of space is not something an astronaut can brag about, you know? Oh, the so-called Haplin miracle? That must have been a terrifying experience. But I'm still an astronaut at heart, come what may. I would never take drugs because that might impede my performance just before launch. That launch meant everything to me. That's more certain than the theory of relativity. He seems like a completely different person now. This is a face of the astronaut I know.
But the tranquilizers were found in your system.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. But I don't know why. I'm done for.
If you didn't take them, then maybe somebody slipped them to you.
Exactly! That's what I thought. It must have been the real culprit. My medication was in my locker. Anybody could have gotten their hands on it.
Maybe the real culprit also planted the detonator switch in your pocket.
Yeah, that's gotta be it. I've been framed.
I'll say. They even managed to plant your prints on the switch before slipping it in.
It's a real possibility. But do you remember anything else that might be relevant? Anything at all, no matter how small. Like about the murder weapon, for example. That knife. I think it came from one of the Space Center's utility kits.
Utility kits?
Yeah, the staff who worked on machinery a lot are given these special toolkits to use. All the technicians have them, so I doubt you can prove whose knife it is.
So the utility knife has been updated in the court record. As I recall, your last slip into space...
Yeah, your last slip into space.
Your last trip into space was 7 years ago, right?
That's right. It was a pretty rough experience. During that mission, we had all kinds of problems with the craft.
You did? What kind of problems? Power failure, oxygen leakage, busted radio, cracked windows, loose control column. The hard shield came off as we were entering the atmosphere. I thought it was a goner. But I managed to make it somehow with popsicles and ice packs from the freezer.
No wonder they dubbed it the Hot One Miracle. It's a miracle you made it back.
Space is a boundless place. That's why it continues to capture people's imaginations. But the vastness of space shows us how insignificant we are in the scheme of things. The darkness just goes on and on forever, and ever, and ever, without end. There was nobody else there. Nobody was gonna come save me. I was all alone. All alone, with nothing to listen to but the sound of my own breathing and heartbeat. I kept scrambling to make repairs, but I couldn't keep my hands from shaking.
An experience like that would make anybody afraid to go up into space. With the experience you had, weren't you dreading this mission?
What? No way, of course not. Even though I want to go up into space so bad I can barely stand it. I want to shake off the Earth's gravity at escape velocity and spin around weightless.
But you have to admit it's pretty harrowing. Weren't you even a tiny bit afraid?
I was afraid. Of course I was. Still am. But space is man's final frontier, an unknown world. The cosmic truth is out there waiting for us somewhere.
The cosmic truth, huh?
I guess there are people looking for the truth in every walk of life. No matter how afraid I am, I'm sure I can manage. If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight.
One thing's for sure, Mr. Starbuck's passion for space is undeniably the real deal. The victim, Clay Terran, he was kind of like your protege, wasn't he?
Well, it wasn't a big exaggerated deal like Master and Apprentice or anything like that. But Clay did think of me as his mentor.
Mentor and the protege. What a combination they must have been.
With his encouragement, I knew I could get over my fear and go back into space. But now...
Clay must have been very encouraging, huh?
Yeah, it's funny, really. Whenever I'd hear him shout, "You're fine!" I always got the feeling everything really was going to be just fine.
You're fine? Apollo says I'm fine and you're fine all the time, too. And I always feel encouraged, too, whenever I hear him shout it.
Yeah, Clay and Apollo were best buds. They used to come visit the Space Center a lot, ever since they were high school kids. One day, out of the blue, Clay even told me he wanted to be my protege. Those two hung around the Space Center so much, they were like part of the staff. One time during Zero-G training, I started to panic a little bit, and the two of them took turns shouting, "You're fine!" over the radio. It was a simple thing, but it was exactly what I needed to hear.
So, I'm fine and you're fine were like Apollo and Clay's secret phrases, huh? I wish I could have asked Apollo more about Clay and their relationship now. Speaking of Clay, how do you suppose he climbed down the ladder with you over his shoulder?
Sorry, but I can't even begin to imagine.
But he actually did climb down that ladder, so a way has to exist.
From the freedom of space to the walls of a cell. But that prosecutor said the dark night sky isn't half bad through barred windows.
You're fine! Solomon Starbuck is fine! Everything is going to be alright!
Huh?
And Athena Sykes is fine! Come on, Mr. Wright, you too!
Do I really have to? Phoenix Wright is fine! I can't hear you! Phoenix Wright is fine!
We'll get you back into space yet, Mr. Starbuck. Believe in your own innocence, and have faith in us.
Apollo believed in you wholeheartedly, and that's good enough for me. I believe in you too. Thank you. Thank you, both of you. I'll put my faith in you. And I vow to make it back into space. All I need first is a not guilty verdict. It sure feels nice to reassure ourselves every now and then that we're all fine.
Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's get to our investigation of the Space Center started pronto.
Good idea. Let's go.
From there, now that we've had a chance to talk to Starbuck, we should probably get investigating. Of course, like I said, the case brief just says search the crime scene, so we should probably head to the entrance of the Cosmos Space Center. December 19th, Cosmos Space Center entrance. Wow. I was wondering what kind of place the Space Center would be. It almost looks like an amusement park of the future.
Yeah, did you know that they even let the public see the rockets up close? Oh, so check it out. Look at how brightly the Galaxy logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going.
Galaxy, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program?
Yeah, but why the strange acronym?
I mean, what is Gaia supposed to stand for? Galaxy? If that were it, then the whole thing would be something like Galaxy Exploration Agency. Which, if you ask me, I'd have abbreviated to GAXA, or even Gaia. I guess so.
Oh, I know! Maybe the person who came up with the name just really likes the letter Y.
This exchange is beginning to feel oddly like deja vu.
Anyway, this place is more than just a research facility. It's also a tourist attraction.
Tourist attraction? Don't make me laugh. It's a monument to the human race. Galactic Scooter, full speed ahead!
Yikes! Who's this user on what scene 1?
Look upon me and look well. Behold the great power of the space science.
Pardon me, but you are...
My glorious name is Yuri Cosmos. I'm the director of the Cosmos Space Center, the center of the cosmos.
Boss, that was a pretty groan-inducing.
If this person is Space Center's director, then that means...
Aha! So you were the one of the first to discover the Clay's body, weren't you?
And who was the first to find the victim?
Actually, there were two of them. The Space Center director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm. That is correct. I was honored to be the very first man in all of space and time to discover the body. But let's talk of the incident. Are you, by any chance, the space police?
You can't tack the word space onto just any old thing, you know. We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We're here to investigate his case.
Oh, and we're Earth lawyers, by the way.
I see. Yes, I've heard about you. In that case, by my esteemed privilege, I grant you permission to investigate. I trust you are appropriately grateful. Now, go ahead, have at it.
I can already tell he's gonna be nothing but trouble.
Don't let him hear you say that, or you'll see what trouble really is. Let's just be professional and ask him about when he found the body, okay? And again, I wanted to do that for the sake of doing that voice, but that voice will kill me if I do that for the entire episode tonight, so we're just gonna do regular, more dimmed down version. Anyway, a little bit about Yuri Cosmos. So, as director, what do you do here at the Space Center specifically?
To defend peace across the galaxy and promote space development in this country. No matter what obstacles stand in our way, we keep going, for the sake of mankind.
I believe I used the word specifically in my question.
Attention all personnel, to your break stations. Prepare for break.
Oh, I get it. You just wander around and tell people what to do in a self-important manner.
That is exactly right, because I'm an important man by manner is important.
Mr. Wright, this man doesn't get sarcasm.
Well, there's bound to be some people like that here in this boundlessness of space.
What's that? You want to know what it is that makes me important specifically? Very well, I will tell you. I was the central figure of the Hap 1 project. You may proceed to be appropriately impressed. Now go ahead, have at it.
I might be more impressed if I knew what he did for it specifically. Could you tell us what you know about the incidents from the other day?
I refuse.
What?
Explaining is a job for common folk, not the director of the Space Center, the center of the cosmos. Cosmos of the center. My testimony, which will go down in space history, will be heard in the courtroom.
What? So does that mean you'll be taking the stand tomorrow?
That is correct. I will be the most glorious witness in the history of mankind.
I'm not sure if he really understands what being a witness is all about.
Looks like Director Cosmos is a type that only talks about what he wants to talk about.
Then let's at least try to ask him about the things he might be willing to open up about. The Hab 1 was a rocket that was launched in space 7 years ago, correct? And despite numerous problems, it somehow made its way back home?
I suppose it is part of my job to educate ignorant young folk like you. Very well, I will impart to you the complete story of the Hap 1 project.
Oh, thank you very much.
Hap 1's noble mission was to collect samples from an asteroid, and Mr. Starbuck was the pilot for that flight. Eventually, the Hap 1 reached its planned orbit, from where it launched the Hope probe towards the asteroid belt. From there, the Hope probe began its long, lonely journey to the far reaches of space. Then, after a terrifying struggle, the Hap 1 returned safely to Earth.
That struggle was when the incident known as the Hab 1 miracle occurred, right?
Correct. And it truly was a miracle, of course. They just had to turn the ordeal into a movie. As for the Hope probe, it did eventually arrive safely at its destination. It obtained a few samples from the asteroid and returned to Earth but a few days ago.
So, what kind of samples are they? What's in them?
The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Terran's murder. Regrettably, we've had no time to inspect the samples due to everything that has occurred. But this puts our space development program ahead of other countries by several years.
That's quite impressive. I guess this guy isn't just a loudmouth braggart after all.
In the golden age of space development, our predecessors were successful in bringing a moon rock back. That is the greatest achievement in the history of the Space Center. The public fell in love with space and all of its glorious potential.
Moonrock, huh? I remember that being big.
Our endeavors with the moon rock live on and work with those asteroid samples. I want to bestow new hopes and dreams for the future upon mankind once again. That is my mission as a man who stands at the center of the cosmos.
I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there.
What? Bite your tongue. It's not for anything so base as money or politics. It's all for the brilliant future that awaits mankind, and all for my illustrious mission. With the recent budget cuts, my staff tells me finances are tight, but I won't hear it.
I guess even a space program has to watch its budget. By the way, you seem awfully knowledgeable about this kind of thing, Athena.
Huh? Oh, well, you know, I thought I'd better brush up for the case.
Is that so?
Well, I will be on my way. As you can see, I am a very busy man. And a very important man. I'm a very busy and very important man. Galactic Scooter! Fire up the main engine, max battle speed, and engage!
Nope. That thing is surprisingly fast. Also, I do have a bit of a note of order here. When I originally viewed this playthrough, I initially had thought of a different voice in mind for Yuri Cosmos. Unfortunately, thanks to current events going on in the, eastern half of the world, I've had a bit of a rough time with wanting to continue to use that voice on stream. Needless to say, for lack of context, I still have that voice in my mind, just like I have Gilbert Gottfried in another voice from an earlier chapter, but, well, I didn't feel it would do any justice, pun intended, for me to continue using that, given what's been going on with everything in the East. Obviously, my heart, of course, goes out to everyone that's been impacted thus far, and that's all I'm going to say on that front, without getting too technical into that aspect. With that said, let's pick things right back up from where we left off. I guess we better get going, too.
You bet. Let's make it so.
Oh, I love that. I love the Star Trek commentary. Cosmos has to get back to business, and so do you. We continue our investigation in none other than the boarding lounge. December 19th, Cosmos Space Center, boarding lounge. So, this is where Mr. Turn was murdered.
Yeah, this is the lounge. Let's see that diagram the police made again. Right now we're in the main building here on the right side, on the 3rd floor. Claim Mr. Starbuck fled here from Launchpad 1 after the explosion.
You there! No minutes without express permission.
We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We've come to investigate.
Sorry, nobody gets in without permission. Not even the police superintendent. Can't have Detective Fulbright getting mad at me.
So, Detective Fulbright is here, huh?
Yeah, he's in Launchpad 1 corridor. You go get clearance from him and then we'll talk.
Leave it to me. I'm good at getting intel out of Detective Fulbright. Let's see. What trick should I use on him today?
I don't know if I should be grateful or afraid.
So, to get to the Launchpad 1 corridor, we just have to go through that door with a blue rocket on it, I think.
Oh, wait. That door... It looks awfully familiar.
Good day there, boss. This is the door that Clay and Mr. Starbuck used during their escape from the launch pad.
Ah, that explains it.
The fingerprint system has been deactivated, so I think we can just pass through. Now come on, let's go!
So, like we said, obviously we can't investigate the boarding lounge, but we can go into the Launchpad 1 corridor, where there's a robot that's been cleaning there. Interesting. We go now to the Cosmos Space Center Launchpad 1 corridor. And yeah, you can see the little robot cleaning there. So this is it, huh? This is the corridor the two of them used in their escape. Goodness. Alright, sorry about that.
Yep, this is the only thing connecting Launchpad 1 with the main building.
I see police tape down at the other end. I guess we won't be looking at the launch pad.
After the explosion, this whole corridor must have been filled with smoke.
And the launch pad itself was probably a sea of flames. It must have been pretty scary for them.
Now, where could Detective Fulbright be? Hey, I think that's him over there!
What should I do? Which path is a path of justice?
He seems to be lost. That's funny. This corridor is a straight shot.
Huh? Ah, it's you lawyer people. Well, welcome to the Space Center. Enjoying a relaxing day off, are you?
Here for a little rocket sightseeing? We're here to investigate the scene, same as you. Do you have any info to share?
Boss, if he acts all reluctant to give us information, we hit him with the whatever shall we do act. I'm sure he'll fall for it. Got it?
Are we trying to catch the unruly family dog here or something? Info in the case, huh? Alright, I'll gladly share some with you.
Huh? What just happened?
Detectives and lawyers seeking truth and justice side by side. I like it. Just take whatever you want from me. You info bandits. I'm in a generous mood today.
I don't know. There's something weird about Detective Fulbright today.
Well, we need information, so let's run with it.
If you say so.
Detective Fulbright, can you give us permission to investigate the crime scene?
There's an officer on guard and we can't get in. Oh, whatever shall we do?
That's an easy one. I'll let them know over there to let you in. Investigate your heart's content. Take a week if you need, a month even. Shall I have some snacks delivered? Or one of my men gives a mean snack rub.
No, that's okay, but thanks. Not the Fulbright I know. Detective Fulbright is acting sickeningly sweet. It's kind of gross, actually. Do you think he hit his head or something?
Who knows? Whatever the case, it's making our lives way easier. So you were here at the Space Center at the time of the incidents, weren't you, Detective? That's right. I was here on a security assignment.
The police are required to secure rocket launches now. I didn't know that.
Yes. Well, you know us. To serve and protect. The explosions occurred while I was here on duty, so I started leading the evacuation.
He's leaving out a lot of details, but okay.
Could you tell us more about what happened? Of course. A bomb went off on the second floor of the main building. Right after that, the one over in the launch pad 1 also blew sky high. So I immediately instructed the visitors and the employees to evacuate to the shelter.
Shelter?
That's right. There's an evacuation shelter in the basement of the Space Center. It's there for accidents and emergencies and the like.
And again, you can see it's down right there at the very bottom. So, where were you when the first bomb went off?
Well, I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. The elevator wasn't working on account of the explosion, and the stairs on the 2nd floor were destroyed, so we couldn't go that way.
Then wasn't it impossible to get down to the basement shelter?
No, we lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. It was a folding ladder, so it wasn't very stable, but at least it reached the ground. After I secured the ladder, I left to take another look around for any other survivors. But once everybody else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter.
Wow, what an ordeal! But climbing through an emergency ladder sounds kind of fun.
Thank you for your answers, Detective. They were very helpful. Just a moment, I have some more information to share with you. But don't tell Prosecutor Blackwell, okay?
Well, how? And Prosecutor Blackwell usually has you on a short leash, too.
Well, never mind that. I thought you should know that there was a witness.
Could you tell us a bit more about this witness?
Sure thing. The witness was a Space Center employee who was on the 4th floor. While she was climbing down, she looked through the window on the 3rd floor lounge.
So, she was looking into the crime scene from the outside.
That's right! It was just a matter of chance that she saw something important. Not that I know what she saw exactly yet, though.
You don't? But that's the most important thing of all.
Don't you worry. I'll get around to interviewing her soon enough. She should still be somewhere here in the Space Center. You might even run into her.
A 4th floor employee, huh? Alright. Thanks for the info, Detective Fulbright. Gee, you're sure being cooperative, Detective. A little too cooperative, even.
Yes, well, actually, Something you can't talk about?
Yes, something like that. Anyway, never mind. Don't worry about me. Well, I'll be on my way now.
What was all that about? Something is definitely going on. I'm gonna get it out of him the next time I see him.
Okay.
I'm not so sure he'll talk about it, though. Well, we have permission to investigate now, so let's head back to the boarding lounge. And we do just that.
You two. Detective Fulbright has granted you permission to investigate. He also said I should bring you some snacks to give you a neck rub, too, if you'd like.
Oh, that's alright, but thank you for the offer. Well, time to roll up our sleeves and start investigating. Now, let's see. Where's that diagram again? So, this lounge is on the 3rd floor of the main building. And according to Apollo, this is where he believes a third party killed his friend. Well, let's stop the recap and start looking for traces of this third person then. You read my mind, Athena. We'll make that our first priority. There's just one problem, though. This room... it's just so big. Don't worry, we can use this to help. A Space Center pamphlet for tourists? Yep, I picked it up at the entrance. The maps inside should come in handy. Let's see. Yep, here it is. A map of the lounge. This is the door we went through to talk to Detective Fulbright. Oh yeah, that's the door with the fingerprint recognition lock. Well, I guess this map will make things a little easier. Space Center pamphlet has been added to the court record. Yeah, no more excuses. Let's track down the third person. Oh, wait, there's just one more thing. What's that strange creature moving around outside the window? Oh, boss, it's just a holographic image. Oh, yeah, I knew that. Whew, that's a relief. There should be a button somewhere in this room to turn the image on or off. That's what it says in the pamphlet anyway. The only reason you're so eager to start is so that you can push that button, isn't it? What's wrong with that? Let's just look for the button while we're looking for clues. Alright, fine. Let's get investigating. So, obviously, we have our first investigation of this case. And oh boy! Nick was not joking around when he said this was a large space. We have 3 separate angles that we could go to. And as far as where specifically to be looking, we'll need to start on over here. So this is where they discovered Clay. Yeah, he was already dead when they found him. Let's take a look at the photo. So he was stretched out like this and... huh? What's the thing that looks like a thermos? That's the thing the prosecutor Bacco mentioned when I was in court with Apollo. He said that it contains asteroid samples. Oh, right. Director Cosmos mentioned something about that too, didn't he? That they were brought back only 5 days ago by the probe that the Hat One launched. I wonder what they look like. Do you think they'll let us see? Let's think about that after we've solved the case, okay? No matter how I look at it, all I can think of is torture device. But I guess it's a training device for getting used to zero gravity. Uh-oh. Athena has an odd glint in her eye. Is she thinking about trying that thing out? I should try to stop her, but I'm afraid she'll just outmuscle me. Hey, Mr. Wright! Look that up there! Some kind of fragment? It's stuck in tight. Oh, so that's what the glint was all about. That color looks familiar. I think it's part of the oxygen tank. I think you're right. But if that's here...
The Neen's Clay's tank ruptured after they arrived at the boarding lounge. So Prosecutor Blackwell's theory that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay down the ladder must be wrong. This proves that both the astronauts were alive when they reached the boarding lounge.
So Apollo was right. The scene of the murder wasn't the launch pad.
Way to go, Apollo!
So it looks like there are 3 doors that lead in and out of this room.
Well, let's check. Drum roll, please. Ta-da! The Space Center pamphlet. We're here at this place that says Boarding Lounge 1. Here are the 3 doors. Let's call them Lefty, Righty, and Downy.
People usually say west, east, and south in a place like this, you know.
Details, details. Anyway, take a look at the west door. That door with the rocket icon leads to Launchpad 1. I know because it says here on the map, Launchpad 1 corridor.
So that's where we were with the detective. It was filled with smoke after the explosion.
Right. Next up, the right-hand side of the map, or east in your world. That's the door with the satellite dish icon to signify communication, aka the control room.
Yep, it definitely says control room. Looks like it has another door on the opposite side.
They communicate and exchange information with the rockets and probes from space up there. So it's the center of the Space Center. The Space Center center, if you will.
Does everything have to start... Does everybody start to talk like Direct to Cosmos after they've been here a while?
But it seems that they built a new command center on the 6th floor. That's what they used for the Hat 2 mission. So this control room was empty at the time.
I've always wanted to see the inside of a mission control room, and since we're here...
I'd love to do that too, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to. We want to keep curious kids like you out. So the door's protected with fingerprint recognition. Only the director can go through.
With that much security, I'm definitely not the one they're looking to keep out, Athena.
So apparently the lock is also hooked up to a backup generator in case of emergencies.
The control room door lock has been added to the court record. Okay, and what about this last door?
This lower door. Oh, excuse me. I mean, south door. It leads to the elevators.
This is the door we came through when we entered this room, right?
Yep. And of course, there were no fingerprint recognition device, so it's open to anyone.
But the elevators weren't working at the time due to the explosion.
Well, that's about it for the 3 musketeers of the boarding lounge.
Thanks. Understanding the layout of the lounge should help us understand the case. That's why I thought we'd better have a good grasp of where all the doors go.
God damn it. What I forgot to do. And thankfully I didn't have it muted, but I do have a stream mode I need to turn on. Alrighty. Sorry about that. Had to take care of something. So we got through all of those. Door to the south of the elevator. Blah, 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 blah. Now that our perspective has changed, examine the area to the right of the elevators.
What's this? A trapdoor?
It's a trash chute. The cleaning robots throw the garbage out from here.
The robots do the cleaning? What a futuristic world we live in. I just hope they don't revolt like they do in science fiction movies.
No way! All the robots here are very nice. Actually, wasn't there one in Launchpad 1 corridor? We can go say hi if you want.
No thanks. We're busy with investigation. Gotta choose there. Ooh, shiny.
Hey, I see something shiny down here.
Well, let's take this cover off then.
What's this? Looks like a metal jelly bean.
It's really small, but it's a bullet. It's only about 2 or 3 millimeters in diameter. Let's see. That would make the caliber 10 caliber?
Caliber refers to the diameter of a gun's barrel, right?
Yes, but I've never heard of a 10 caliber gun before. This bullet must be for a special kind of gun.
I bet if you tried firing a bullet this small with a regular-sized gun, it would just fall right out.
Yeah, it must have been a really small gun.
I wonder how the bullet ended up here. I mean, we're in the bottom left on the south side of the south door side of the room, according to this map. That's pretty far from where Clay's body was. Maybe the police didn't think to look here.
Yeah, leave it to Detective Fulbright to accidentally hand us just the card we need. A bullet has been added to the court record. Anyway, we need to go back and examine the Launchpad 1 door. Let's see.
This door is... where's that pamphlet? Here we are. It's a door to the corridor that leads to Launchpad 1. We went through it earlier when we went to talk to Detective Fulbright.
So I guess the security lock must be disengaged now, right? They say the corridor was filled with smoke at the time of the bombing. This thing besides the door, this must be the fingerprint recognition device.
Which reminds me, I think Prosecutor Blackwell talked about it at the trial.
The notion of a third party in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. And allow me to state up front that there are precious few with the clearance to do so.
Then, does this mean that the bomber's prints were verified by the system? But the number of unauthorized personnel was supposed to be really small.
Voila! Fingerprint powder. I brought it just in case something like this came up. I found it at the office. I've been just itching for a chance to use it.
Wow, way to think ahead. Now let's dust the fingerprint recognition device and see what we can find.
You got it. Now sprinkle some here and a little of it there, and... Let's see what we have here. Oh, we got something! It's only a single set of prints.
Isn't that a good thing? I sure wish we could figure out whose prints these are. Although, I doubt we'd be so lucky to get the culprit's prints on the first try.
Sorry, we're dealing with some Discord pings that I gotta go and handle.
So apologies for that, chat. Right. And there's security footage of this door, too.
Yes, here it is. It came up in court the other day.
I wish we could see a part of the footage just after this bit.
Oh, because that would be right before the murder, wouldn't it? Let's ask the detective. With the mood he's in, he'll probably show it to us right away.
Yeah. He's in almost too good of a mood today. Well, let's go see if we can find him again once we're done with this room. So we have that, and then got that. There we go. Right.
I wonder what this big knob is for. It looks like the knob of on a stove.
Well, it's in the same shape, but I think that's where the similarities end. I mean, it's behind a glass pane. So what kind of stove would require knob security like this?
Oh, the knob is straight up and down, so if it was for a stove, the burner would be off.
Right. If it was for a stove. But still, I wonder what it's really for.
Something turned on by a knob that's not a stove? How about a rocket engine?
If you had to start the engine here, the rocket would take off before you could get in.
Then I guess all we can say for now is that it's a mystery knob.
Nothing is a mystery knob, honestly. And then once more to the right. And here we go. There's some kind of panel with 2 buttons on it here.
Just push it! That's the invariable principle of buttons!
There are such things as buttons left unpushed.
Hey! The giant holographic image just appeared!
Yeah, I thought that side of the wall seems kind of barren without it now. Still, let's see if we can't find anything new with the image off. Holographic image off, the screen is completely black, which, for some reason, makes me think of losing an argument to Prosecutor Blackwell in court. But at least it's got my brain revved up. I come up with my best ideas at times like these.
Hey, Mr. Wright! Take a look at this!
It looks like a bullet hole. Great find, Athena.
It's pretty big. Whoever fired the shot must have been using a pretty large gun.
You think so? Based on my experience, I'd say this was fired from a regular pistol.
Well, whatever size it was, somebody fired a gun in here, right?
Apparently. This is an important fact. Do you see a bullet around somewhere?
No, the police might have taken it, though.
A single bullet hole was found in the boarding lounge. The bullet itself is missing.
Let's ask Detective Fulbright about this bullet hole later. Welcome to the Space Center, guests. Welcome. Yikes! What in the world? My name is Ponko. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you looking around? Choose one. I will guide you.
It's a robot?
I am not a robot. I am Ponko. Psychological observation and navigation companion. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko.
Well, I'm glad we got that cleared up.
Oh, Ponko! I missed you!
Huh? Do you know this thing, Athena?
Oh, she showed us around the last time when I came here with Apollo. Oh, you're such a good girl, Ponko. That's a good girl. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm so happy. So very happy.
Wow, a guide robot. That's pretty cool. My name is Phoenix Wright. Nice to meet you.
I don't know you. I don't know you.
Huh? Ouch, that hurt.
Oh, she has to register people she meets for the first time. Please register him, Ponko. Certainly. Commencing guest registration. Please tell me your name. A nickname is fine, too. His name is Phoenix.
A bit overly familiar, but I'll allow it.
Phoenix, please let me get a good look at your face.
Oh, sure.
Registering. Facial registration sequence complete. We are now officially friends. Nice to meet you, Phoenix.
Huh. This robot is pretty cute.
You made a friend, boss! Isn't it great? Phoenix, Athena, allow me to guide you. Right this way. Goody! Let's go, boss!
Go where? So we bump into Ponko, who is a guide robot. Ponko knows Athena pretty well already, but obviously we get registered into Ponko's system. Ponko, of course, forces us into the Space Museum for her so-called tour. Oh, wow. What is this place? Is that rocket real?
Welcome, welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Learn about the history of our nation's space development in the HAP-1 project. The rocket is just a replica, but it's the same size as a real one. The Space Museum! Oh, here it is on the map!
Okay, so it's on the exact opposite side of the main building from Launchpad 1. The Space Center pamphlet has been updated into the court record.
Ask me anything, I will explain.
Obviously, Ponko is really eager to answer questions, so might as well take a look at that. This is quite the place. I can't believe we get to see a rocket this close up.
This is a replica of the HAP-1 that was launched 7 years ago. It's exactly like the real HAP-1, inside and out. Its little brother, the HAT-2, was supposed to launch the other day.
I wonder if Ponko knows why the launch was cancelled.
Over there is an exhibit about the launch 7 years ago. Check it out, check it out!
Spacesuits, photos, newspaper articles. I'd like to come here again on a day off. Hey, what's this a photo of?
Phoenix, that's the staff of the HAP-1 project.
Oh, there's Mr. Starbuck. He looks so young and so different.
Ah, and that's...
What is it, Athena? Is something wrong?
Oh, nothing. I just thought Mr. Starbuck looked really young too, that's all.
Well, it was 7 years ago after all, so the young guy standing next to Mr. Starbuck
is Clay Terran, the victim.
So they were mentor and protege even way back then. And he's even got one of the staff jackets. It looks just like a regular staff member.
No, Clay was still a student then. He just borrowed one of Solomon's old jackets.
Ah, okay. That makes sense. Clay would have still been in high school 7 years ago. Everybody looks so happy. The Space Museum is great. Fantastic exhibits.
This area used to be Launchpad 2. That's why the only entrance is on the 3rd floor.
Wouldn't it be better if they just made a new ground floor entrance instead?
There was talk of it, but they had to scrap their plans because of the budget cuts. Budget cuts. Budget cuts. We need more money. Money.
Who would record that kind of information into a guide robot?
While it was in space, they had one launch, a probe called Hope. The Hope probe collected some samples from an asteroid and returned 5 days ago.
And that's what Director Cosmos said too. He told us it came back the day before Clay was killed.
And here it is, the Hope space probe.
I think I've seen that logo somewhere before. Let's see. Oh yeah, the capsule that the victim was carrying. I think it had the same logo. think it can be seen in the photo attached to the autopsy report. Maybe she'll give me some more info if I show it to her.
The way the Space Center launch pad is set up is really cool. Would you like me to tell you about it? Would you?
For the setup of the launch pad. Journal my spiky-haired mind.
I want to know! I want to know! The Phoenix wants to know too!
Great. Now Athena's got a case of ponchitis.
Hooray! I will tell you then. The rocket is built inside of the launch pad structure. When the rocket is complete, it's moved along the launch pad over the rails and brought into position at the launch site. Isn't it cool? Isn't it? We used to have a big budget, so that's how we could build it all.
It's very cool. A grand setup that suits an important place like the Space Center. I guess everyone is hoping for a bigger budget next year, myself included.
I'm guessing the whole thing is operated from a control room, huh? That it is. But it can also be operated from the new command center, too. Either way, the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to first be disengaged.
I guess before a big move like that can be carried out, there are all kinds of procedures.
I would love to see the launch pad being moved. When's the next one scheduled for? Searching data. All future plans have been put on hold.
Because of a bombing and a murder, I'll bet. Which is perfectly understandable.
Well, when was the last time it was moved? Searching data. I'm sorry. That answer isn't in my answer database.
Well, I guess Punk can only answer certain questions. I feel reluctant in doing this, but, well, we do have to present the autopsy report just to show a certain something to Ponko. Ponko, do you recognize this capsule here in the top right?
Checking registered data. I know. It's the Hope capsule. It was carried inside the Hope probe.
It contained the asteroid samples, right?
Yes. It was designed to store the samples gathered by the Hope probe. It's been stored in the safe in Launch Pad 1 ever since it returned to Earth. It must not be removed. It must not be removed. Don't worry, Ponko. The people in charge already know what happened. They do? They do? I must ask them later.
So the capsule was being kept in Launch Pad 1, huh?
Maybe Claire was trying to carry it to safety after the explosion. The Space Center staff must have been really excited to finally get the capsule back. But it's a pity this incident occurred before they got a chance to check the contents.
Well, the police took it as evidence, so they'll have to wait a little longer. The Hope capsule has been added to the court record. Well, we certainly learned a lot about the Space Museum.
Thank you, Ponko. You explained everything very well. I love to explain. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
You two are like old friends. It's hard to believe you just met recently.
It's because Ponko's so friendly.
Well, what should we investigate next?
Let's go find Detective Fulbright. We have things to ask him about.
Let's see. Security footage and the fingerprint data, was it? Okay, then let's go back to Launch Pad 1 corridor.
Bye, Ponko. See you later. Come again. And don't forget to visit the gift shop.
Poor Ponko. What a Dickinsonian life we are all forced to lead. From there, we can move directly to the Launch Pad 1 corridor. December 19th, Cosmos Space Center, Launch Pad 1 corridor. Alrighty. Oh, yeah. So I'm reminded, we get to play with a certain something here in a little bit that I'm kind of looking forward to playing with.
What should I do? Which path is a path of justice?
There's Detective Fulbright. He still seems to be lost, even though it's a straight corridor.
Well, let's hope he's still in a cooperative mood as well then.
If he doesn't cooperate, then I'll just have to use my powers on him.
You mean that lady in distress bit? We found a bullet hole in the wall of the crime scene.
You did? Our team found that too. It was Detective Arm who fired the bullet.
Detective Arm?
That's right, a warning shot for the defendant.
Was it really such a high-threat situation that she needed to do that?
I'm afraid I don't know the details, what with Detective Arm gone and all.
But I thought there was 2 people who discovered the crime scene together.
We already know Director Cosmos will testify, so tomorrow will be about what he knows.
Hey, you're pretty smart. That's exactly what we were planning to serve as a main course.
I hope it goes down easy.
Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge.
Yes, I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift.
This is quite a bit of data.
Well, when I said everyone, I meant it. Prosecutor Blackwell said to dig deep, so that's what I did. It sure took a while, though.
Whoa, you even got Apollos in my prints. You even got prints for all of the robots.
I guess when Blackwell said to dig deep, Fulbright didn't bother to ask how deep.
Clay's fingerprints are here too.
I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all.
I still can't believe you took off his glove to get his fingerprints.
Yeah, well, you can't blame me for thinking they're important in this case. There are a lot of doors that require fingerprint verification in the lounge. So depending on whose prints we find, it can completely change the tide for both sides.
It makes sense. After all, the culprit's prints did get them past the fingerprint lock somehow.
Oh, and take this picture. It might come in handy.
Isn't this just a photo of the launch pad 1 door?
Yep, but Prosecutor Blackwell seemed really interested in it for some reason.
Huh? What's so important about this door?
Beats me, but boy, could you see the gears in his head go into hyperdrive at it.
Sounds like this is going to be a major point of contention tomorrow.
Hey, don't forget about the print comparison, boss.
Right. Detective Fulbright, do you think you could run the test for us right now?
You just leave it to me. In justice we trust. Okay, here we go. Well, it looks like it was Mr. Starbuck who opened that security door.
He must have opened it when they went to go board the rocket.
His heart must have been full of hopes and dreams for his space adventure right then.
His launch pad 1 door lock has been updated in the court record. So, obviously, Phoenix has a tendency of showing his badge to literally everyone. I, of course, for the sake of simplicity, have chosen not to do that. But you bet your aces I used to do that during every single opportunity that I could in the Phoenix Wright trilogy. Anyway, Detective, about the security footage that was taken by the boarding 1 lounge camera.
Oh, that footage? Go ahead and ask me anything you'd like about it.
Is there any way I could see a little more of the part just after this?
Easy as pie. I'd be glad to show it. Here we go.
Huh? The screen went blank.
Yes, apparently the after effects of the explosion damaged the wires. so there's no footage after this point.
Why didn't you say so from the beginning? Security camera video has been updated in the court record. Something definitely seems to be up with you, Detective. You're unusually cooperative.
Well, I just figured if we work together, we'll get that much closer to justice, right?
But it seems like something's really been bothering you. You don't have some ulterior motive, do you?
What? I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do anything like that.
Oh, really? It's been a while. But those are definitely Cyclops.
Did you just mouth psyched? Is there something I should be psyched about?
No, a Cyclops. It's a system of locks on the secrets in a person's heart. I can see when people are trying to hide those secrets by using the power of this Magatama. Presenting evidence can break those locks and reveal any secrets they're hiding.
Mr. Wright, how much did they bilk you out of for that piece of rock? If you've been swindled, I know some lawyers I can introduce you to.
I'm more than capable of representing myself, thank you very much. It isn't some kind of fraud. It really works. A friend gave it to me a long time ago. But I guess seeing is believing. Allow me to show you. Let's see. Let's see what presenting of Magatama will reveal, shall we?
Take that!
So why are you being so cooperative?
I think you're hiding something, Detective. So why don't you just tell us about it? What to do? Which path is a path of justice?
Detective Fulbright is really in agony. I bet this is the issue he's been so torn up over. So, here's an accolade here that I could easily implement here. I'm going to be doing this just for the funnies, but obviously this isn't the answer. I better know what's been bothering you. You're troubled by love.
What? How did you know? I put my pet carp love in with my goldfish, and the next thing I knew, all the little goldfish were gone. Love had eaten them all. My poor little goldfishies. Oh, I loved you so.
I guess love really can cause a lot of heartache, huh? Anyway. And that's the problem with love. The real answer is justice. I really understand what's been bothering you, Detective. I truly do. Something happened that goes against your principles. Isn't that right?
No. I don't know what you're talking about. Until the explosion occurred, everything was just fine.
Is that a fact?
Yep, peaceful as peaceful can be. Everyone whistling a happy tune as they did their job. You never saw a more relaxed guard detail for a routine rocket launch.
I don't think the guard detail was relaxed, as you claimed, as long as this exists. Frost. That was the wrong one.
Take that!
Before the explosions, what was supposed to happen here was a rocket launch. And yet, security was so tight, they even brought in a special task force. I hardly describe that as a relaxed guard detail.
Now, hold on just one moment. The entire nation had their eyes on this extremely important rocket launch. That's why I was called in on a special security detail.
As versatile as you are, I can certainly believe that to be true. I can certainly believe that's true. I'd say it's very strange that this person would be a part of that detail from the outset.
Take that!
Detective Arm specialized in bomb cases. The fact that she was here on hand means that you people knew there was a possibility that a bombing would occur.
You caught me, Mr. Wright.
Yes! Unlock successful. And now we officially have what we can't say.
All right, I concede. You win. It's just as you say. A few days before the launch, they were warned about a potential bombing. The plan to launch went ahead in spite of the threat.
But why? What were they planning to do if someone got hurt or killed?
Yeah, I know. The decision to move forward wasn't exactly just, was it?
And how was the warning delivered?
By phone and directly to Director Cosmos. But the police department instructed everybody to keep it under wraps.
That's a big thing to keep quiet about. No wonder you were so upset.
But it's not only that. I've been distraught about Prosecutor Blackwell as well.
Prosecutor Blackwell? Well, as his handler, I'm sure you have a lot of difficulties.
And that's not quite it. It's a question of justice. I've been wondering about why he is allowed to stand in court.
The reason he's still prosecuting? Detective Fulbright, please tell us everything you know.
Well, talking to you folks about it would definitely be breaking the rules.
Never mind that! What are the rules but things to be broken, right?
Well, to tell you the truth, having a prisoner act as a prosecutor is highly irregular.
I think we guessed that much.
So why is it being allowed? I've been wondering about it.
So you weren't told why either, huh?
No, I guess the order came from pretty high up the ladder.
Yeah, it would have. It would had to have.
But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the Phantom of 7 years past continues even still.
7 years past?
Phantom, huh?
Not one of the friendly variety either, I gather. This Phantom of 7 years past. Any idea who or what he was all talking about?
Not a clue. But he seems to think that this Phantom is behind the whole incident somehow.
Wait a minute. He thinks they may be connected to this case?
Yep. This case was way too many similarities to what happened 7 years ago. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too. And in both incidents, a threat was issued via telephone.
So that's why Prosecutor Blackwell thinks this incident is the work of a Phantom.
Well, that's not the entire reason. I mean, if you want to talk about 7 years ago, that's when Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty of murder. That messy case is what started the whole dark age of the law. So you see how this Phantom and Prosecutor Blackwell's conviction might be related.
Yeah, I can see why he'd think that. This incident of a Phantom, not to mention Blackwell's past. It's almost inconceivable that they would come to a head here. This might sound crazy, but Prosecutor Blackwell can't possibly believe Mr. Starbuck is this Phantom person, right? I mean, he was acting kind of strange during the last trial and all.
The prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence!
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. No, I doubt he thinks Mr. Starbuck is his Phantom. But I do get the feeling that he thinks the defendant has ties to them. Which is why he's acting so impatient. He's got a personal grudge against Mr. Starbuck. And that's not real justice. I've always trusted in Prosecutor Blackwell's judgment until now. But this time, I'm just so overwrought about it all. If he's lost his ability to think rationally, I'm afraid it might lead to a false conviction.
I've never seen Detective Fulbright so tormented. This must be why he's been so cooperative. Don't worry, that's exactly what we defense lawyers are working to prevent.
I feel bad for Prosecutor Blackwell, but I'm going to be rooting for your team this time. But don't tell him that. You have to promise me you won't.
Detective Fulbright, I guess I was wrong about you.
I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. You are the only ones who can stop him in court.
You really care and want what's best for Prosecutor Blackhole, don't you, Detective?
Leave the courtroom to us. It's not like we want a guilty verdict either. I was hoping you'd say that. I'm really grateful of the two of you. To show my thanks, I'll give you another bit of information. It's about the eyewitness. I saw her hanging around the Space Center entrance a little while ago.
Really? Then let's go find her, Mr. Wright.
Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. In justice we trust, on 3. 1, 2, 3. In justice we trust! Okay, later.
Here he goes.
Wait, were we supposed to say in justice we trust back there too?
Let's go see that witness now.
Alright, the Space Center entrance it is.
December 19th, Cosmos Space Center entrance.
The witness must be around here somewhere.
Hello, hello.
Uh-oh. Don't tell me the witness is a robot.
Hello. Come over here. Hello, hello. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you... I am Clanko. Shall I guide you? Guide you? You... I don't know why, but this robot is kind of freaking me out. Hey! You're not supposed to be wandering around. Again? I've had it with you, hunk of junk. I'm outside. Am I wandering? But when did that happen? Okay. Welcome back, hunk of junk. You don't know how close you came. If you didn't snap out of it, I was going to put you on the curb on trash day. Nothing works better than a 42.5-degree karate chop.
That's pretty specific. Excuse me, but are you the one who witnessed the murder?
Oh, and I'm Phoenix Wright, the lead attorney for this case.
How do you do?
Big shot lawyers, huh? I'm Aura Blackwell. I'm a researcher developing robots here at the Cosmos Space Center.
Blackwell?
Could she be... And this good-for-nothing robot is named Hunk of Junk. My name isn't Hunk of Junk. My name is Clanko. That's me, Miss Aura. Quit complaining. Your model number is Ponko 2. Gag! But Miss Aura, everyone calls me Clanko. Quit your squawking already. No, what are you doing? No, don't... There. I bet you won't be talking back now. Gag! I will obey completely.
Yikes! Better watch what wires I cross with this one. Your last name is Blackwell. Do you have a relative in the legal profession?
You are correct. Simon Blackwell, who used to be a prosecutor, is... Shut up! Only speak when I order you to speak. Simon is my little brother. You know him?
Yes, we met him in court a few times. Right, Athena?
What a dumb creature. Has her switch been turned off?
Athena being shy? This is new.
Oh yeah, I heard he was prosecuted again, despite being a prisoner. Why doesn't he just stick to solving disputes among inmates in prison, right? Hey, what do you think, hunk of junk? Miss Aura, that hurts. I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer me, useless hunk of junk? But Miss Aura, you told me to only speak when you order me to speak. I told you to never talk back to me. You're worth more as scrap.
Robot abuse, hawk attacks. Blackwell family life must sure be interesting.
Well, do you have any other questions? Wait, of course you do. You're a lawyer. It's not like I'm on Simon's side or anything. I just want to get this over with.
So, you're the person who witnessed the incident?
That's right. I was on the fourth floor of the main building, in the robotics lab. The explosion disabled the elevators, so I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? It's been a very troubling experience.
Probably best to just humor her here.
And as I passed by the third floor boarding lounge one window on my way down, I saw the crime as it happened. And that's about it.
So, you saw the crime as it happened, and that's about it.
I see.
Wait, what? You saw it being committed?
This is no time just to nod and repeat.
So, you saw into the third floor lounge. The very scene of the crime.
That's right. There's a small window on the right-hand side of the room. I looked through that from the outside. The room was pitch black, but I saw a shady figure holding a lighter in their left hand, and a knife in their right.
That must have been the culprit! Did you see who that person was?
Of course not. The power was out on that floor then, and there was only that tiny window.
I see. But you did witness the moment of the murder.
Yes, I saw the figure with the lighter raise their knife, and it happened at precisely 10 a.m.
Did you witness anything else? Did the killer have any distinguishing features?
I already told you it was pitch black in there. Although, I did notice that the lighter the person had in their left hand had a pretty ornament on it. It looked like a planet. It was blue, like a little Earth emblem. They had a good taste in knickknacks, anyway.
An Earth emblem on the lighter. I better remember that.
Or a statement has been added to the court record.
Thank you for your statement. We'll definitely prove Mr. Starbuck's innocence with it.
Yeah, right. I won't hold my breath.
Pardon me?
Oh, did I hurt your feelings? Sorry, I just detest lawyers, that's all.
What don't you like about lawyers?
It's just an instinctive dislike. But don't feel bad. I hate prosecutors even more.
That didn't make me feel any better, actually. Why do you hate lawyers so much?
A little thing from my past. The whole legal system is meaningless in the first place.
I certainly don't agree.
I mean, people are imperfect. They lie, they're influenced by silly emotions. You can't expect such imperfect creatures to uphold a reasonable system of law. I like robots much better. Even sad sacks like this one. Hey you! Look alive there! Ah! Yes, yes! Here I go! I'm an ultimate robot. Amazingly, I can activate a vacuum and extinguish robots. Now time to... Alright, that's enough out of you. You're getting a little too carried away. Yeah! Huh? What was I doing? Yep. I like robots much better. At least you can make them any way you want them. Unlike humans with their petty emotions and constant worries. How can we say such things? Feeling emotions, worrying about the things we care about, that's what makes us human! Well, the girl finally talks, and she starts with a speech. That's what makes us human? You mean getting angry and snorting like that? Rational thought. That's what separates humans from the animals. Unfortunately, your reasoning capabilities are more akin to that of a clever little monkey. But that's nothing to be ashamed of. It must be nice to have such a simple mind. Can I punch your boss?
Get a hold of yourself, Athena.
Humans certainly are absurd. I said you were clever, didn't I? Poor thing. Tell me, with people like you in charge, how can I possibly trust the legal system?
So she just trusts not only lawyers and prosecutors, but the whole legal system. What in the world happened to this woman to make her so bitter?
Even if somebody important to me was killed, I would never wish to see their killer brought to trial, because I'd much rather kill them myself. You can't be serious. And that thing you're wearing around your neck. Oh, this? Around Athena's neck? Does she mean widget? Oh, I get it. Well, well, Her Royal Highness has returned at last to her castle. Her Royal what? Is she talking about Athena? By the way, I heard the rumors. Our director is going to be the star witness in court tomorrow, right? Director Cosmos? Yes, that's right. You poor things. You'd better be careful. That old man is a big liar and a huge bragger. What? He might seem like a bigwig, but the center has all kinds of problems. He has lots of skeletons in his closet. But it's your problem, so why should I care? What, that's it? No friendly tips? No good luck, guys? Just splendid. I'll leave you to your woes. Come on, hunk of junk. It's sad to me that she doesn't believe in our legal system anymore. She must have had a very bad experience to make her feel that way. Are you all right, Athena? You seem very down. I just can't believe she said all those things! Wow, she's really upset. Has she been trying not to let it show all this time? Well, I guess it's not all that surprising. You hear about fabricated evidence and false indictments on the news all the time. You mean that whole Dark Age of the Law nonsense? I'm so sick of hearing about that. Well, all we can do is believe in what we're doing. Yeah, you're right, boss. I agree. Maybe it's time we went back to see Mr. Starbuck. Good idea. We should tell him about the bullet in Mr. Blackwell's statement. All right, then. Next stop, the detention center. With that, we do exactly what Nick says and head back to the detention center to see a really depressed Starbuck. Oh boy. My lawyers are here. That must be bad news. Hey, not necessarily. We found a new witness. A researcher saw the moment of the murder through the lounge window during her escape. Really? So they're going to let me go? Unfortunately, it was dark and she couldn't identify the person. I should have known. My stars never align just right, too. But we got a lead too, Mr. Starbuck. The murderer had a lighter with an Earth emblem on it. A lighter with an Earth emblem? Oh! Did you remember something? Yep, I sure did. Just a little bit, though. Anything at all would be a help, so please tell us what you remember. I thought I was unconscious the whole time, but now I remember I woke up for a few brief moments. That's huge! Do you remember seeing anything? A lighter. I saw the flame of a lighter floating in the darkness. Good, good. What else did you see? What was nearby? It was definitely the boarding lounge, so it must have been after Clay carried me there. In the light from the flame, I saw a dark shadow flickering. A dark shadow? It must have been the third party we've been looking for. Thank you, Mr. Starbuck. You've been more help than you know. If we can prove there was this third person at the scene and that they're the real killer, then he'll be cleared of all suspicion. The key will be whether or not we can identify this third person in court tomorrow. At least we have something to go on now, and that's a big plus. We should probably tidy the evidence up a bit before someone makes it for a order. The relevant evidence has been tidied up. Now we have a glimmer of hope, I'm suddenly starving. Why don't we go back to the office and treat ourselves to a big celebration in advance?
Someone who's highly empathetic can be surprisingly unsympathetic.
Tidying up the irrelevant evidence, we decide to move back to the office to put stuff away and grab a bite to eat. December 19th, Write Anything Agency. So you found your strategy for tomorrow's trial, huh? Good for you, Daddy.
Well, it's one step forward anyway. Hopefully it'll give us a fighting chance in court. As long as we can find out who this third person is.
Now let's get something to eat. I'm starving. My vote is for Eldon's noodles. Oh, Apollo!
What are you doing here? I didn't think the clinic was ready to release you yet.
My wounds are fine, and I'm done lying around. Apollo, you're supposed to be in bed. Leave the case to us. We'll take it from here.
Thanks, but that's not an option. Not for me. Apollo. You shouldn't underestimate your injuries, Apollo, and I don't want you overdoing it.
I'm fine. I'm not in pain anymore.
Besides, they gave me an IV at the clinic. An IV isn't a cure-all, mummy man. Anyway, just tell me how the case is going. Have you guys made any progress?
A suspicious figure was spotted at the scene. We think they must be the real killer.
A suspicious figure, huh? Right. I thought you'd be happier than that.
Don't get me wrong. I'm happy.
And I fully intend to see Clay's murderer apprehended. Absolutely nothing will get in the way of that.
Clay was your best friend, right, Apollo?
That's right. Best friends since junior high.
Sounds like me and Junie. So what was Clay like?
Well, he was full of compassion and energy.
And he had a really loud voice. If the two of you did voice training together now, I bet you'd break a few windows.
You know, I bet you're right. It seems like only yesterday. Clay was a guy who lived for his dreams. We used to talk about it a lot. He was going to be an astronaut and me a lawyer. We'd talk well into the night, and even then, he never grew tired of it. Apollo, about that jacket. Oh, it's Clay's. I knew it. It's a special jacket that was only issued to members of the Hat Project. He was finally able to get one of his own once he was selected for the Hat mission. He always looked so proud wearing it. But just when his dream was finally coming true, I still can't believe it.
Damn it! It's not fair!
Apollo, I hope you don't try to carry the burden all alone. I guess we were both unlucky. My own debut was a disaster. I guess you're right on some level. That trial a year and a half ago wasn't exactly the smoothest of starts. That was a rough time for me, but Clay refused to let me quit.
You're fine, he'd say. Don't give up!
It was right during his screening exams, too. I couldn't have been a full-fledged lawyer without him. That you're fine of his is why I'm still standing here today. You're fine, huh? You're fine and I'm fine were like your catchphrases, weren't they? Something like that. Sure brings back memories. When we were in junior high, Clay's mom passed away in an accident. But he wouldn't show his sadness to anyone. One night, I found him crying all alone in the school courtyard.
Get away, Apollo. Don't come over here. Hey, listen to me. I don't have a mother either.
Huh?
always think everybody else has a mom. Why am I the only one? But, you know, when I started to feel that way, I yelled at the top of my lungs. I hollered, "I'm fine!" And then, you know what? I started to feel like maybe I really will be fine. Apollo Justice is fine! Okay, Clay, now it's your turn. Okay. Clay turn is fine! There you go. Now we're both fine. We're fine. We're fine. What are you laughing about? See? We're fine. You laughed first. I'm fine. You're fine. We're both fine. Thanks, Apollo. When you say it out loud, it really starts to feel real. And as long as you don't give up, you can keep on fighting. That's what we believed. As long as you don't give up. Wasn't there somebody else who said something similar? If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. I call Mr. Starbuck his mentor. I looked up to him. I wonder if I can be a good role model for my staff like Mr. Starbuck. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. What? Wait, what do you mean by a leave? You're really serious. Can you at least give me a reason why? When I put Clay's jacket on, I swore to him that I would catch his killer myself. But that's our goal too! I agree with Athena. We should work together to find the truth. The truth, huh? That's a noble cause. What if the truth you seek and the truth I seek turn out to be different? I'm not sure I follow. What are you saying, Apollo? I'm going to catch the person responsible for taking my friend's life, in my own way. Take good care of Mr. Starbuck for me. Now, I must be going. Goodbye. Goodbye? Did he just say goodbye? I sensed a lot of seething anger and hatred coming from him. And also, suspicion. Arrgh! He is not walking on us like that. I'm gonna go talk some sense with him. Hold on, Athena. Paul can believe what he wants, but I believe he's wrong. Even if we take different paths, the truth we arrive at should be the same. I think the quicker we solve this case, the better it'll be for Apollo. Yeah, you're right, boss. Alright, that's enough for one day. Make sure you're ready for tomorrow's trial, okay? If you were here right now, Apollo would say, I'm fine. Everything is fine. I just hope things really do turn out fine tomorrow. That we shall see when we continue on the Apollo Justice Trilogy. For right now, though, I need to take a quick break. And yes, I did make sure to cut really quickly because I kind of needed to. When we come back, we will continue into what might be our last segment for the day. Again, I'm going to try to play this throughout as best as I can, but if I get to a stopping point and I decide not to continue into 11 o'clock, because again, I have to be out of here at 11 tonight, well, then whatever we don't finish tonight will be done tomorrow. For now, I'm going to go take a quick break, get a proper drink, and catch up on that Discord message that I've been so rudely interrupted with. Back in a few. I'm back. Hi. Apologies for that. I had some unrelated business that I needed to take care of. Some non-stream stuff. Under most normal circumstances, I don't usually deal with said business while I'm live, but this was kind of an inner circle type deal. Not Ben the Millennium, I will say that, but it was another associate that I wanted to have a little chat with really quickly. So, again, I do apologize for kind of the lengthy break, but regardless if you can chat with us tonight or not, thank you very much for dropping on by to DMA Live here at twitch.tv/DanMetroArnold. I, of course, will be saying this is going to be the last time that I will be saying this for tonight, but I do have an offer for those of you that are lurking in the chat. You can type in the exclamation point lurk in the chat, and we'll give you an audible thanks for dropping on by, as well as a little ping message for you as well. But if you also come in and type in the chat as well, I will talk to you and give you a shout out for free as well, just because I'm that kind of guy. Our schedule for the rest of this week and next, tomorrow, we're going to be finishing the Cosmic Turnabout and Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. We have one final episode after this, and we're going to just do them both. So, we're going to have one part left tonight. It should be about another couple hours or so. For time's sake, we are at a little after 8:23 right now. I don't usually like to put time on the streams, but that is the point of everything. It is a little after 8. I have to be out of here at 11. So that is my plan for tonight. And that's mainly because I have to go and do some stuff. So we're going to do what we can. If I somehow manage to speed run through this and get it done in like an hour or so, I might just do part 2 right then and there. But either way, this is going to carry over into tomorrow's stream as well. So, do keep in mind of that. As far as for next week, I'm not going to be live on Saturday or Sunday, but that following week, the week of March 19th through the 25th, I am going to have a Wednesday stream added onto my schedule officially. Not a long one, mind you. It's just going to be about 3 hours long, but on Tuesday, we'll be starting Spirit of Justice. Wednesday, I will be doing a short Minecraft stream on Wednesday. I won't spoil the secrets, but it is kind of a mystery stream for you all as well. And then on the 21st, that Thursday, we'll have part 15, which is the second episode of Spirit of Justice. Friday, I will also be in studio, but I won't be doing anything live on that date. And then Saturday, we will have part 16 of Spirit of Justice. All 3 of those streams, actually all 4 of those streams, should start about 3 p.m. Central, tech issues permitting. And with the exception of the Minecraft stream, all of those should be about 6-7 hour blocks as well for that night. Then the following Sunday, the 24th, I do not have a stream going on in the afternoon, but I will have the board of directors live with Lord of the Nevada and gang over at 6 p.m. That is going to be 6 to 9 as well, so don't worry about that. Other than that, let's go on over here to the full chat before I continue, and let's catch back up. This whole trial thus far, this whole case, essentially, is kind of rocketing out of proportions. And amongst those things that I do want to comment on, I do have a couple other things that I would like to address. Firstly, we're going to have we're going to have a couple opportunities for testimony and cross-examination. I believe
So, here's the deal. I'm going to go halfway into this tonight. But there is going to be a specific point where it's going to be saying to be continued. When that black screen shows up, that is going to be the end of the stream. I do apologize again. Due to time constraints, I was unable to finish this episode tonight, but my plan is to get this kind of chipped out as best as I can over the course of the next stream. So we're going to finish this off next stream and then go immediately into the final episode, Turnabout for tomorrow. And the title of that stream is actually going to be known as well. It is Win Destinies Duel. Because that is basically the title that I wanted to have for the finale of Duel Destinies, is Win Destinies Duel. And you'll see why later on in the episode. For now, I've got everything set back up here. I'm going to come back on the screen, have the chat pop up as well, and we're going to pick things up right where we left off here in this next chapter. But also, can I maybe... There we go. Had a little bit of a cut corner there I need to trim out, so I do apologize for that. Should be all good to go for the next chapter, so here we go. We begin immediately in the courtroom. But it's not the same courtroom as in the last trial. With courtroom number 4 destroyed, we are now in courtroom number 5. And we will be in courtroom number 5 for at least this trial. So we start immediately in the courtroom. And the judge seems to be missing. He's obviously still scared of all of the explosions that happened recently. I suppose we should reconvene the trial of Solomon Starbuck or something.
Objection!
Your Honor, could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs, I promise.
Oh, yes, my apologies. I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, the first courtroom exploded. And then Mr. Tenate self-destructed.
I guess that's one way of describing what happened to Tenate.
Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tenate's actions. So you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense. Do you have an understanding of what has happened in the trial so far?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready.
Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? I take it you'd like me to give an opening statement this time.
Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader. Well, he certainly seems more than his fair share of colorful prosecutors. You could say he's something of a veteran of sorts.
Let's see. In the previous part of this trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Terran, escaped from the Launchpad 1 carrying the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. There were explosions on the second floor of the Space Center and on the rocket itself. The two astronauts used the Launchpad 1 corridor to reach the boarding lounge. And how could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was a mystery that needed to be solved. But Mr. Justice proved that the victim was killed in the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point? Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Donner's argument was correct.
So that means the testimonies of the first two people on the scene are suspect.
There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene. Can we truly trust their statements?
Let's see. The two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right?
You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police?
Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. And just as our team was about to cross-examine Detective Arm, the courtroom bombing incident occurred, and the trial was put on hold.
That accursed fellow. He killed my witness. He killed Detective Arm.
He definitely put the kibosh on anyone asking her about what she saw.
Exactly. In other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge has once again become the main focus of this trial.
It's obvious Prosecutor Blackhole still thinks it was Mr. Starbuck. Wright said that Black Hole has a thing against the astronaut. Nevertheless, the defense argues there was a third person in the lounge, and that's who killed the victim.
Objection!
To make such reckless claims in a courtroom takes a bold man, or a stupid one. There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gone dotty already? Bold man.
Objection!
We'll see who's the dotard after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy. In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Furthermore, a Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene.
They saw a third person.
I see my sister has been running her mouth. That's right, I almost forgotten that Aura was Prosecutor Blackwood's sister.
No matter, she didn't see this mystery person's face clearly.
Therefore, there is no evidence to indicate that this person was not the defendant. I guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there.
In brief, we need to determine if the third person was there or not.
To this end, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene. Director Cosmos, huh?
Very well. Bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand. Why, I believe I've seen you before in the newspapers. Of course you have, of course you have. For I am Yuri Cosmos, director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was of course named after me, Yuri Cosmos. Don't you have anything you wish to ask me?
Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging.
7 years ago, I successfully launched the Hat 1, and...
Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I am trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me. So could you please proceed directly to your important testimony?
I see this fine young lad has a proper appreciation of greatness. Then allow me to begin my epical testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history.
That speech of Prosecutor Blackhole's just now. It sounded to me like he was poking fun at the Director Cosmos. Probably for the best that it sailed right over the Director's head.
Now then, Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please.
Yes, and while you do that, I'm gonna bump myself up because I'm gonna need it. I forgot, Wright is really loud. And I want to be loud, too.
Detective Arm and I rushed towards a boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside. We saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Taryn lying on the floor. I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck. I see. So in your testimony, you claim that you arrived on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge, and just after the victim had been killed. Oh, the horror! The humanity! But what I said is what I saw, and what I saw is what I said. Courageous action to take in the face of such terrifying explosions, wouldn't you say? To save my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger, risking my own life for theirs.
Well, what do you know? It sounds like the Director really cares about his men. Yeah, although it sounds more like he was scared and just had a peek from far away.
Is the defense ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Director Cosmos' testimony is pretty vague. I'm going to have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else.
Nice subtle hint that we do need to press something specifically. Again, this game loves to give you hints if you're absolutely stuck. And this testimony in particular, yes, it is fairly easy to get stuck on something like that and say, oh, there's some sort of convoluted piece of evidence in the court record that we need to go and examine every single goddamn thing in order to find. No, it will be upfront with you when it is complicated. Ace Attorney is not supposed to be complicated, folks. Trust me. Detective Arm and I rushed toward the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside. We saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Taryn lying on the floor. I hate to say it, but I could only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck. Hold it!
Hold it!
Oral Blackwell also saw a suspicious figure inside, but she gave a statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Did you see this figure's face clearly?
No, not clearly.
The lighter they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time.
But other than that, I could see little else. That's why I could see Taryn, but I couldn't see who the other person was.
So for all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck. Isn't that correct?
I would like to be that, but Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder.
Objection!
When the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third person there. Isn't that correct, Great Space Center Director? Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Taryn were there by that time. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark, and the figure vanished.
You mean they disappeared? That's odd.
Objection!
The reason the figure appeared to vanish is because it was the defendant. When the witnesses weren't looking, he fell to the floor and feigned unconsciousness.
Hold it!
Hold on! Director Cosmos, did you ever take your eyes off the scene?
Just for a brief instant, about as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by.
If you took your eyes off the scene, then this third person could have escaped during that time.
But what escape route could this person have used?
The direction opposite the control room, the southern door to the elevators. There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way.
Objection!
All things are possible, right, Dono? The real question is, do you have any proof?
Well,
if we're just talking possibilities, we could each profess whatever we'd like. An inmate who used to be a university professor and lunar researcher used to say that there is a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon.
as long as they don't punish us in the name of said moon for what we've done to it.
But I say, where's your proof that this quaint kingdom exists?
He's calling the theory a work of fiction, boss. And he's right. I don't have any proof yet. Still, the southern door was a possible escape route. I better make a mental note of that. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question?
Yes?
Why did you look away from the boarding lounge?
There's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. It was when Detective Arms saw the figure and raised her gun. Being a great humanitarian and protector of mankind, I tried to stop her.
What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure?
I imagine her instincts as a detective told her they were the killer.
I don't know about that. And were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun?
I'm afraid I was too late. I was unable to stop her. She identified herself clearly and then she fired 2 warning shots at the shadowy figure. This information about Detective Arm's actions sound critically important. Please add that to your testimony.
So Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots at the figure, eh? Well, that's odd, seeing as how there's only a single bullet hole found in the boarding lounge.
Objection!
Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing?
You doubt my words that will someday be written down in history books.
Somehow, I don't think that those exact words will ever be written down in any history books.
Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so that we can all understand?
You say that Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, and yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene.
What?
Only 1 bullet hole means the gun was only fired once, and yet Director Cosmos is saying Detective Arm fired 2 shots. No editor would allow such a glaring contradiction into any history book.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. We confirm that 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Objection!
But there was only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did that other bullet hole vanish to? Ah!
You should know the answer to that already.
I should?
During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. We've already discussed that it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not? Well, it appears that the thing that ruptured it was a bullet. A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise. And this bullet was fired from a .38 caliber gun, the same caliber as Detective's gun.
What? Okay, what the actual hell? Sorry. Sorry, I was reminded of something pretty important that I should do, but I haven't done just yet. One sec. Hi. Sorry, I just bit into a crunch bar because I kind of need something. Oi. Oi, oi, oi. Hydrate. Good, hydrate. Alright.
The rifling marks also match up. There's no question that the bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun.
So the bullet found near the victim's oxygen tank was fired from a .38 caliber handgun.
The rifling marks. They're like a gun's fingerprints on a bullet, correct? And examining the rifling marks on a bullet can tell us if the gun was fired from. One of the bullets the detective fired found its way into the holographic image display. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. The evidence confirms the director's statement that the detective fired 2 shots.
Come back, my beautiful contradiction. God. Oh, God. So that bullet hole was from a .38 caliber, huh? I better update the record. The bullet hole has also been updated into the court record.
Very good. Now we know the fate of both of the shots Detective Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all of your questions? detective arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display, and the other hit the oxygen tank. Does that really clear up everything about what happened at the scene? No, Your Honor, it doesn't. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a .38 caliber gun, but that doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence that we found at the scene. A piece that points to existence of a third person. Oh? Very well, but it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. What piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a third person at the scene? Take that!
Take that!
And what is this metal pellet supposed to be? Just a little something of great importance we found at the scene of the crime, Your Honor. You found it where? In a floor gutter at the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Furthermore, this is a 10 caliber bullet, mistaking it much smaller than one of Detective Arm's .38 calibers. Then that means... Exactly. One more person must have been there in the lounge. A third person who had a gun that could fire 10 caliber bullets. And if that's true, that explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. This third person fired at Detective Arm and directed Cosmos with her gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? Ha! Looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. What's this now? What? You never breathed a word of any of this to me before. Well, all great men have secret of you, don't you know? Foolish geezer. So Director Cosmos really has been hiding the presence of a third person all along. Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw. You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom you are just another witness. You won't receive special treatment here. Now please give accurate testimony. Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room, with Terran on the floor. But we were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean that the person who fired the gun had to have been the defendant? Not necessarily. It's still possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
Double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Mishandle one, and it is you who was cut down. Huh? Your reasoning could apply if Space Boy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, he could have fired the 10 caliber gun. Detective Arm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was feign unconsciousness to invent the possibility of a third person.
Objection!
But Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by police. Nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third party who took it with them.
Objection!
Recall the existence of a trash chute in the boarding lounge. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute.
Objection!
But you can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with the weapon.
Objection!
It's up to you to prove that possibility. And I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence. What evidence? Why, the detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, naturally. The most compelling evidence of all that tells us he is the culprit.
I did forget about all that.
Look, your boldness. How deliciously obvious it is that they lack the evidence to rival mine.
Ooh. Wow, you sliced our third-person theory to ribbons and served it to us. Just like that.
Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. That bullet that the mysterious figure shot, what did it hit exactly?
It hit me.
So, does that mean you're a ghost?
I'm gonna hold on this statement because I need to process this. Your Honor. Every time you say something stupidly obvious, I want to take a piece of candy out and munch on it. Just to see. Just to see if, by some sheer dumb luck, I managed to go through my cabinet of sweets tonight. I have my Crunch Bars. I'm good for those. But I do have a couple other things as well. But first, I need to finish this water. Hang on a second. Okay. So needless to say, His Honor has already presented us with 2 face palms tonight. Worth of just... Why? Why? You can very clearly tell that Cosmos is not a ghost. Then again, we did deal with yokai earlier. I won't get too much into it.
I was wondering when you would realize it, your baldness. Director Cosmos is an authentic bona fide ghost. He can even pass through walls.
Eek!
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell! Shaming you for teasing the nice old gentleman.
Your baldness, it was all in jest. Please show yourself again. Are you sure? In that case, how did you manage to survive being shot, Director Cosmos? I'm glad you asked. It was a miracle befitting the great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life. What?
That's unbelievable. I have to check this out. Oh, wow. Look at that. There's 1 extra Galaxy star. The odds are literally astronomical. I guess it really was a miracle. It's beginning to really feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos.
But why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos? A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. It is a plight of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand.
I don't know, but it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding? Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out.
Now then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please.
Oh, we already know the contradiction in this story. Basically, Detective Arm and I rushed to control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and turn on the floor. We were still in control room to the east when the figure fired at us. If that was a case, then how the actual hell did this show up?
Objection!
Director Cosmos, I believe you're telling this great court glorious lie. A great man like me tell a lie? Have you ever heard of such a thing in all of history? My accusation is based on the positions of the people who were in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door, and the mystery figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun at you from this position, then the bullet would have traveled in this direction. However, we happen to find the 10 caliber bullet here. Oh. This trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at? Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection!
I was about to say, you spin me right round, Cosmos right round. Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you the bullet hit his metal? Of this, there is no mistake.
Objection!
But in that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to say that you could explain that? Of course. I didn't think so. What? Oh, great Director Cosmos. Yes. Is there something you'd like me to expound upon? You were in fact not in the control room to the east, were you? You were looking into the lounge from a door to the south. Is that not right? What are you getting at? Use your own brain. Your head must have some use other than housing that bird's nest. Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick on my hair? Director Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired at them in the head, and that is why the bullet was found in the south. Ah! That actually makes some sense. Actually. Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favorable for the prosecution. Huh? I've got a bad feeling about this. How about it, Director? If you don't tell the truth this time. Yikes! His handcuffs! You will become the rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut you down a great man. Alright, I'll tell the truth. Just put your sword away. You are correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos, was looking into the room from the southern door. What? It's the complete opposite of all the testimony he's given thus far. And now you have lost your possibility that a third person was in the room. I have? How? The director and the detective were near the southern door, meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through there. The western door required print recognition. The corridor beyond was filled with smoke. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door. And the only way to get through there was with Director Cosmos' fingerprints. Ack! In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one. Ack! My third person just disappeared! Like one of Trucy's magic tricks. Order! Order in the court! Director Cosmos, why did you tell such an outrageous lie? You were covering for the defendant, isn't that right? Yes. It was all for the love of my men. If I said I was in the Eastern Control Room,
it would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door. It would have meant that there could have been a third person. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in control room to invent an escape route for the third person.
What a convoluted lie. Was he really covering for the defendant?
It looks like we've come to a conclusion. That the defense's arguments, the possibility of a third person, has crumbled.
No!
It's over.
Yikes. The judge is about to hand down his verdict. Think, Phoenix, think. This is the perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. If the third person had no way of escaping the scene, what if one of the people at the scene was this third person? Wait, what if the whole premise is all wrong? Dr. Cosmos said that he and Detective Arm rushed to the scene together. What if that premise isn't entirely true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? And if that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person. Who, oh who, could have possibly been that third person?
The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot at the director. There doesn't appear to be any room for argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. There is still one possibility.
Oh? This had better be good, Mr. Wright.
There is one and only one person who could have escaped from the scene. And that person would have been the first person who arrived on the scene. Then, upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person arrived, came to the southern door. That's why the first person fled from the room, using an escape route that was accessible only to them.
Very well, let's hear more about this theory. Who is this one person who could have escaped from the boarding lounge?
Take that!
What? But that's... Mr. Wright! What are you claiming here?
Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door, after all.
But that means...
Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness. Director Yuri Cosmos.
Gag! What?
What?
Order! Order in the court, I say! Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself in more detail.
I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm, and entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arm arrived after that and saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots.
I've been hit! I've been hit on the starboard side!
Captain Wright! It's a direct hit on the enemy ship, sir! A magnificent shot!
Warning shots fired from the enemy ship. Prepare to intercept! Cosmos, you have told a lie in this court once again.
I've been hit! I've been hit on the port side! The enemy has called in reinforcements! To Cosmos Control Center, requesting permission to ask to return to reality. My ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence.
Objection!
But I do have evidence. In fact, you could say that your battleship bears its scar. If Director Cosmos is the third person that Aura Blackwell saw, this third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with a gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos?
It looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us.
Cosmos must have been the one who fired the 10 caliber gun. Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge. It makes sense that he would have turned and shot at her. Therefore, the evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you received from this third party will be all the proof that we need to prove that you were the one there in the lounge. You're braced for further impact. Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you were the one in the lounge.
Take that!
The 38 caliber bullet found on the floor at the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmos' metal. If we have that ricochet mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure the caliber will match up. And if that mark proves to be from a 38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the third person we've been looking for. Guy! The bridge is destroyed. Losing altitude. All hands, abandon ship. If that's true, then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank? It was a 10 caliber bullet. In other words, it was a bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director? No! You've got it all wrong. What? The engines have started again? It's a miracle! I'm not going down yet! Witness, stop this at once and confess the truth. If you don't want the history books to say the great man was a great liar, then accept your fate and tell the truth. Are you giving me orders? Me, the great director of the Cosmos Space Center? The cosmos revolves around me! You spin me right around. Someone get me off this thing! Order! Order in the court! And will someone please stop the witness from spinning? Phew. Thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth. And while he was twirling, I took the liberty of running analysis on the mark of the metal. It was made by a 38 caliber bullet, matching it with the size of Detective Arm's firearm. Gah! Are you ready to confess the truth, witness? No, you've got it all wrong. This is just a misunderstanding. Is he going to start piling on more lies? It looks like it. But no matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. And holy shit, I actually managed to pull it off in 50 minutes. In 50 minutes, we got through this part. I was expecting this to take a lot longer, honestly. So, I did say that I was going to end at this part. But I've got just enough time to get through this part, the second part of Trial Day 2. But I am going to have to make another save point at a certain point in the game because I want to play through part of this as well. Specifically, we're going to go on to Athena's part of this testimony. Because this next part has to do with a lot of the mood matrix. After completing the mood matrix, we are going to put a save marker. We're going to save it. Because at that point, I want to pick things up from that point onward.
Or at least I want to replay that part in tomorrow's stream. So that's what we'll be doing. And we're right back where we are.
Director Cosmos, a new possibility has been presented by the defense. They are claiming that you were this third person. Forgive me. I'm so sorry. So the great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous cur. I only have one question for the likes of you. Shall I send you off quickly or very quickly?
Dag! The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos, so don't try to talk your way out of this.
Fine, I'll tell the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true that I was there in the boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped into the control room. I then went past the elevators and all the way around to boarding lounge 1 again. I came up behind Detective Arm and pretended to be the second on the scene. What a troublesome old man you are, with such convoluted deeds and thoughts. I see. So then, are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim? Of course I am! When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer. The great Yuri Cosmos was history-making witness.
Hold it!
Now hold on just one moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aura Blackwell saw was you.
No, it wasn't me. I saw the person as well. If I were the killer, why would I ever lie to cover it for Starbuck? I would just leave him to take the fall.
That is an excellent point.
All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person.
Well, it makes sense. It makes some sense if he told those lies to cover for Mr. Starbuck. Still, a lie's a lie, Athena. So Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit. But where's the proof?
I just remembered. I have an alibi. Miss Blackwell said that she saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct?
Yes, and...
Well, I was on the 4th floor helping with the evacuation effort. Ask any member of the staff you like. They'll cooperate with you.
And the director is not fibbing to the court for once. I confirm that he has an alibi for the time specified. So, you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime first at 10 a.m. And that you arrived at the lounge after that?
Yes, and I believe the person I saw is the same person that Miss Blackwell saw. Although it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure and less of a person. And I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an earthling.
As long as he has an alibi, we can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer. No, we can't. And again, maybe we don't need to yet. I wonder if he was really covering for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw.
Very well. Director Cosmos, your testimony, if you please. As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer from inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot, but when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. I was near the elevator side door and, well, the launch pad 1 door. And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer.
So you were shot at by the killer as well, and then they disappeared?
Yes, though luckily no harm came to my glorious body. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Terran's oxygen tank. I know because I heard a pang. That must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured.
Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal.
That was Detective Arm's bullet, remember?
Right. What a mess this is turning into. So let's see.
Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Turn and his killer, the culprit shot a 10 caliber bullet at him. Right. But it actually hit Mr. Terran's oxygen tank and ruptured it. And then the killer disappeared, and the director went into the boarding lounge. When Detective Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him. Judging by his medal, it looks like one of them almost took him out too. Good summary, but that doesn't explain where our Mr. Killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared.
I'm ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but when I peeped back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. I rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate, but what I found was Terran with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor. And so we have a culprit who vanished from the scene and had no escape route. Vanished without a trace. It's truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence!
A riddle of the ages indeed, but I'd rather know how a fibbing leech such as you can be lauded as great.
A great man is always misunderstood in his own time, but he must remain true to himself, even if those around him don't understand.
Wow, that might actually be the first true statement he said all day. But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly? Simple. Because it was Space Boy himself. When he was spotted by the director in Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness. And that would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of a vanishing culprit. I want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter-evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor?
No, because it was as dark as a black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished, and I entered the room.
That wasn't exactly helpful.
I'm prepared to accept your surrender, right, Dono.
I can't find any holes in this testimony, but I can't give up. Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help?
Huh?
While the director was giving his testimony, I detected a cacophony of discord. Which means he's hiding his true feelings from us, huh? This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do with him. You got it, boss! I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. Yuri Cosmos, prepare to hand over the secrets of your heart to me. And we now have the mood matrix, the only mood matrix of this case. Wait, what? Tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. That's interesting. Why? Why is there no emotions on this one?
Got it!
You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air.
I did. That kind of thing just doesn't happen usually.
And yet at the time, you barely registered any shock at the occurrence.
What? Why are you...
I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea of where they went. Isn't that right?
What? No, of course not. That's preposterous. Only I can enter the control room. And the area beyond the launch pad door was filled with smoke, making it impassable. And as for the southern door, I was standing right there, so there was nowhere for the killer to run to. Maybe, or maybe not. You went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Terran, yes? What if the culprit took that opportunity to secretly slip out through the southern door? I highly doubt it, as you recall right after I entered the lounge. Detective Arm came rushing towards it herself via the southern hallway. Anyone trying to escape through there would have been caught by her. And yet the director wasn't surprised the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use? Ugh.
It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. There seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with his testimony. Go get him.
Okay, back to the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory. Hello. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launch pad door. The great Yuri Cosmos? Afraid? And what basis do you have for that outlandish accusation? Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it. I most certainly am not. Director Cosmos, there's something about the launch pad door that you are not telling us, isn't there? Yeah.
Wow, he's speechless. It looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss.
Ugh.
I'll just input these two pieces of data and... Yes! Just what I wanted to see.
Ooh, nice drop.
Presto changeo, let's Discord. Looks like I'm on the right track.
Thanks, Athena. Now to make sense of what we learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launch pad made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the launch pad 1 door. When we put these two pieces together, only one solution to this puzzle comes to mind. Director Cosmos, did the real killer escape through here?
Take that!
The culprit went through the launch pad 1 door to escape, didn't they? Yes. I mean... No! A disaster to starboard! We're going to crash into an asteroid! Master Tactician, you are not.
But the area beyond that door was filled with smoke, wasn't it?
True. But this is still the only logical answer there is. If we can just figure out what the director is hiding about the Launchpad 1 door, we should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies. Gah. That door requires fingerprint recognition. Only Starbuck, Terran, and I have access. I don't see how the killer could have opened that security lock, do you?
That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gotten past that security lock. Come to think of it, we did examine the prints on the fingerprint recognition device. And I propose that the killer used this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock.
Take that!
That's...
Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anybody could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. And actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are exactly what we found on the device's screen.
Ugh! Looks like he does have something to hide about the Launchpad 1 door. I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. But I don't have enough information to see this whole picture yet. Something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it?
Huh? Oh, yes, by all means.
There's a security camera in boarding lounge 1.
Right, the one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor?
If the true culprit escaped into the Launchpad 1 corridor, then that might be recorded on the security footage as well. Then the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic?
Honestly, Your Honor, that is pretty sound logic, but we already know otherwise.
I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, your baldness. I beg your pardon? Look, if we play the security footage beyond this point... Oh my! The footage cuts off! The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. Most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There is no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens. And I thought it was such a good idea, too. Just because your grandchild is watching from the gallery, it doesn't mean you should try to show off too much, Grandpa Baldness. The Prosecutor Blackwell! How did you know about my grandchild?
I think his grandchild just learned a little about the harshness of the adult world.
Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Director Cosmos, could you please tell us more about when you entered the lounge? If I must.
So phase 2 of the Mood Matrix is finally upon us. And again, from what I remember of my notes, Mood Matrix was split into multiple phases intentionally. I hid to avoid getting shot. After the killer vanished, I went to the lounge. But that's when Detective Arm appeared from the elevator side door. And then the detective shot at me. So you see, the killer could have only escaped the launch pad, right? Why this? Director Cosmos, why were you so surprised when Detective Arm found you? And again when she fired? Isn't that a bit unnatural?
Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions. Even a great man such as myself experiences surprise on occasion.
Yes, I'm sure you do. But my real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by.
Pardon me?
First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were of course again surprised when she shot at you. But considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprised reaction is the fact that you were... Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arm shot at you. But the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than by being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whether it was you
about whatever it was you were... Goodness, I can read tonight. Suggests to me that you were conflicted about whatever it was you were doing there. The enemy has acquired a new weapon. Commence Operation Hide Under Your Desk. Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. Damn it! Boss, I'm getting less Discord now. That must mean he really is hiding something about the launch pad door. And wherever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape. I wonder what it could be. If he was doing something suspicious around the door, maybe we can spot some change between before he came to the room and after. Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Let's see. This is the footage of the door before Director Cosmos arrived. And this is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge. Hey, look at that! There is a change! Something definitely different. Director Cosmos? What is it? What have you two been up to over there? Finding the answer to what you were doing when Detective Arm found you, that's what. And that answer lies clearly in this footage. All we have to do is compare it to the photo that was taken during the investigation. Don't be ridiculous. If you really do have an answer, then you have pointed it out already. He's asking for it. This is what we changed directly after the incident.
Take that!
The answer is this knob. Gah! That's... Your Honor, please take another look at the footage. Let's see. Take a look at the knob next to the launch pad door. As you can see, it's horizontal. Yes, it is, isn't it? However, when we investigated this scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical. And what does that mean? It means that sometime between before the director arrived and after, someone turned this knob. Gag! After the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could have turned that knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos. Let's hear what you have to say. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door? Fine. I'll admit it. You're right. I did turn that knob. The knob is a safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. I was afraid there would be more explosions, so I wanted to move the launch pad away. You wanted to do what? Hey, didn't Ponko tell us something about how they prepare for launch? She said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. Oh yeah, she did mention something of that front, didn't she? But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first. Well, I guess that clears up what that knob was for. Oh, so if the killer escaped into launch pad 1 corridor, maybe they were transported along with the launch pad to the launch site? I don't think so. The launch pad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor. So then, where did the killer escape to? I guess there are still some things we have to uncover. Director Cosmos, I request that you tell us more about the moving the launch pad in more detail. Fine, but listen carefully, for I'm about to give history-making testimony. I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. I feared there might be more explosions, so I had to cut the launch pad loose. And surely the only escape the killer had was through launch pad 1. For that area was a sea of smoke. Confound it! Where on earth could they have gone?
What?
Got it!
I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so. And yet, when you did it, you felt some joy, as if you were very pleased with yourself. Ah! How did you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there?
Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology.
So, care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts we've discovered up until this point, I have to believe it's that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda. Ah! How did you know about that, too? Because I'm more or less a pro at guessing. But you have no proof I had a hidden agenda. And even if I did, I would never ever tell you, so there! I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake. And how could you doubt a man with such a great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Silence!
You? A man of integrity? Don't make me laugh. Prosecutor Blackwell? What came over him all of a sudden? You've spouted nothing but falsities since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider greatest bare-faced liar in honor. Liar? Well, his words bite harder than his blade. You moved to Launchpad 1 after the explosions? My, how naive you are. You failed to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you. You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend. And here's a thought for you. Immediately following the bombing, Launchpad 1 was on the boarding lounge one side. The police confirmed this on the scene. What? Liar!
So that means the director didn't move the launch pad?
Curse my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and war games to his heart's content. Liar! Objection! But it doesn't make sense! You can't deny that someone turned that knob. And once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth of this issue, we just might find where the killer escaped to. Ah! You're sure it must have went somewhere? We just might find out. Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or are you not man enough to, boy? Ah!
Talk about hitting below the belt.
Youngins these days. I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos was to move to the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge. But the launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Ugh! Wait a minute. Maybe I have it all backwards. What if the director turned the knob, not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be? What are you blabbering about? What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident? And then after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot. All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back. And it would be right where the police found it. Ah!
You made him sigh just like Starbuck.
Was what I said really that off base? It pains me to have to explain how wrong your own logic is to you. However, our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge when our Astro Wonders made their escape. The fact that has been recorded for posterity on filmless film.
Oh, right.
So, to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, boy.
Ah! Get a grip, Mr. Wright. We know the launch pad must have been moved.
But our deductions and actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction of each other.
Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with body doubles after the incident or something. On second thought, that's too far-fetched, even for me.
They actually boarded the rocket. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe. Just maybe.
Huh?
Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went to another place? And what if when the director moved Launch Pad 1 back, it was not from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then? Cut the existential bull or I'll cut you. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself at once.
All right, it's all the other way around from the beginning.
Very well, Your Honor. Allow me to explain. Director Cosmos' reason for moving Launchpad 1 was to switch it with another place. Because he wanted to switch it with some other place. I'm sorry, but did you say... I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? But what could he possibly have switched the Launchpad with? Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box. The answer becomes clear as day. This is what was switched with Launchpad 1.
Take that!
Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. It has all the same features as Launchpad 1 and can even be moved to the launch site, meaning the Space Museum and Launchpad 1 can also be switched with each other. You can't mean... The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in Launchpad 1. It was the one in the Space Museum. What? Balderdash! And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle and inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident. I see Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum have already switched places. That's right. And with the two switched like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from boarding lounge 1. This allowed the true killer to enter Launchpad 1 from boarding lounge 2 and set the bomb on the rocket. Come to think of it, the door to the Space Museum from boarding lounge 2...
Welcome, welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Exactly. Anyone could pass through the door to the Space Museum. There's no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with the two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted that bomb. Yeah! After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into the boarding lounge 1 and waited there, concealed, in order to kill Mr. Terran when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Recalling Miss Blackwell, Mr. Starbuck and the director all saw a suspicious figure, who we can suppose, after killing Mr. Terran, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmos switched the two launch pads back, without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum.
The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway. Yeah!
Right then. I see you know how to handle a sword and handle it well. Perhaps I should call you Swordmaster Bluff.
I'm a seasoned warrior who has cut down many a prosecutor.
Silence.
But unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword.
That's right! You have no proof I switched the launch pads. Somebody needs a better anger management counselor. If the launch pads really were switched, there might be a record of it somewhere. At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched with each other. So the corridor beyond the door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum. Let's see. This is an image of the Launchpad 1 corridor. See anything different from when we compare it to the security footage? Huh? That number on the floor. Well, what do you know? It looks like we have proof after all, Prosecutor Blackpool.
And if this is just another bluff?
Oh, don't you worry. It's all right here. Right in this footage. Proof that beyond this door is a corridor to the Space Museum.
Very well then, answer this for me if you would.
What in this footage proves the corridor belongs to the Space Museum?
Take that!
There's a 1 on the floor in the Launchpad 1 corridor. But take a look at the floor of the corridor in the security footage. You see the number on the floor behind the astronauts? It doesn't look like a 1, does it? And that's because what you actually see is part of a 2.
What?
Why is it a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see is a 1 with the Space Museum. Gah! And so that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke. That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion occurred in Launchpad 1, on the side opposite of the Space Museum. And now that we know the 2 astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Terran, carrying Mr. Starbuck, simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level.
Just incredible. The 2 launch pads were actually switched. But you'd think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude.
Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface. Bingo. Bye-bye. No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time you told us the truth. My honor, my glory. Everything is slipping away. Time to deploy my ultimate weapon. Galactic engine. Ignition. What? It's got haywire. It won't stop. My stars. My glory. No, not that way. Well, I guess you could say Yuri Cosmos is blasting off yet again. But Bailiff, hold your steed and after that witness. Okay, it's at this point.
I see we managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm.
Director Cosmos, do you admit you switched the launch pads?
I admit it's true.
I switched launch pad 1 for the Space Museum.
It's good to hear words I can believe for a change.
Before you do, Your Honor, 2 things. First, we don't know if Mr. Terran had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Terran would have realized the instant he stepped in the Space Museum. Then a happen switched with the Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Terran feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? As for my second question, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the 2 launch pads to begin with. Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The director is terrified. He must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Probably not a good time to try and pry it out of him, huh? Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars? Without my badge or rank, I'm nothing. I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars. It appears a possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. And it would seem... So that's a save file that we'll save for next time. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say? I don't get it. You don't get it? What don't you get? Director, why did you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us! Mr. Starbuck! Starbuck, my boy, I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why. But I had to do it to protect the Space Center. Director! Will I ever get the chance to go into space again? Yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy. The dream is still alive.
Silence!
You're not going into space, Starbuck, but prison. I won't have it any other way. Are you so hung up on him? Yes, I accept that the launch pads really were switched. And if there was a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I've yet to see any proof of this third person's escape via the Space Museum. Oh, that's a good point. That's right. I don't have any proof. Starbuck, you will spill everything you know. What? Me? Where did you get those bombs? Tell me now. If you don't, my blade shall feast on your blood. If I'm going to die, I want to die in space. I have to do something. Solomon Starbuck, prepare yourself. Now, you know violence isn't the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. And that annoyingly cheerful laugh. It can be none other than... Champion of Righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here. In justice we trust. Detective Fulbright? Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late. I don't believe I had an appointment. I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady cross the street. And then I had to break up a cat fight.
I tell you, justice sure is a full-time job.
Was it a fight between cats, or... why are you here again?
Because the defendant isn't the culprit, and I came to make sure that justice is served.
I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Fool, Wright. I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. But have you finally succumbed? Nope. It looks like you've succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment. What evidence?
Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence.
No, thanks to you two. Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you.
I didn't think he was serious, though.
So what is it, Detective? Is that something that will prove Mr. Starbuck innocent? It is indeed. Have a look at this. What's this? A lighter? That's right. A lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. It has the victim Clay Terran's blood along with its killer's fingerprints on it. What? Gah! Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, can I assume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant? You bet! Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent.
That's it! That's just what I needed! The lighter has been added to the court record. Your Honor! This is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
With pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Terran, they escaped with the lighter in hand into the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred. Then finally, the killer left through boarding lounge 2 and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in boarding lounge 1 after the murder, a fact that Director Cosmos has testified to. Therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there.
Silence.
But the defendant had free reign of the area until Director Cosmos appeared. Could he not have dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time?
Objection!
You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with the lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had the time to double back into the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackwell. This lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer. Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. I think you understand what this means, don't you? This piece of evidence unequivocally proves Mr. Starbuck wasn't the culprit.
This does indeed appear to be a decisive evidence that proves the defense's claim.
As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, we can assume it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck.
No. There must be some mistake. Frankly, Prosecutor Blackwell, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow...
Silence.
Fulbright, you promised never to speak of that. Huh? Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent, in light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime. A few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, not guilty.
Yes! We did it, Mr. Wright! Looks like we pulled it off somehow, huh? With some help from Detective Fulbright. Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you. And please thank Apollo for me, too. You all are the best.
Oh, I wish we could tell Apollo what Mr. Starbuck's verdict about. I wish we could tell Apollo about Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now.
Yeah, me too. But that's gonna have to wait. Now that a verdict has been reached, I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
It's too late to object, isn't it? It simply is impossible. Something's wrong. But Prosecutor Blackwell, are you dissatisfied with the verdict? Fulbright! What were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter? Huh? The results? Well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that cat fight, and, well, I kinda got carried away when I heard the prints weren't Mr. Starbuck's, so... You have yet to read it? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you read out who the prints belong to? Upon thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes. So says the report. What? What? Huh?
Me?
Order, I say! Order! Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving that this lighter could only belong to the killer. So finding your prints on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion.
I don't know how they got on there, but I know I'm not the culprit.
This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece. And I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have led to this?
The lighter has been updated in the court record.
What have I done? Please forgive me. I'm sorry. Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, stop your crying. What in the world is happening here? The world's gone mad. Order! Order! I will have order! Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. And after all we'd fought for, the truth had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of the twisted darkness. And that will pick up at the end of tomorrow's session. Unfortunately, that is the Cosmic Turnabout awarded, but as I mentioned, specifically, we're going to be replaying that specific scene in tomorrow's stream. And that's mainly because it's going to be kind of important for the next chapter as well. For now, that is going to be it for the stream. And I am thankfully under time for once. So I do want to thank you very much for watching. Again, I do apologize that I'm cutting this short, but
Alright. So with that said, we will recap that episode, and in tomorrow's stream, we will finish Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. But for right now, I need to go find someone to raid. And I think I've got just the target as well. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for hanging out with us tonight here at DMA Live. That is stream, folks. And I will say, thankfully, we do have a couple people hanging out in the chat right now. So here's how we're gonna finish this. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna raid Hypercoal, who is currently doing Retro Roulette. A topic that I would like myself to carry into at some point in the near future. On behalf of everyone and myself at the Metro Realm, thank you very much for watching. We're raiding with DMA Live. Yeah. There's a raid message for tonight. Take that from DMA Live. Have a good night, everyone. We'll see you in the next one.